Weaver out of a stretch and delivers, and the fastball is outside, ball one. The note about the Giants, they are the only team undefeated in the major leagues if they score first. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have a good record of scoring in the first inning. And the pitch to Fred Lewis is off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Bruce Bochy. Someone once said, Bruce Bochy, there are bat boys in the league with bigger egos than Bruce Bochy. A wonderful guy. Taken in the scene as the 2-0 pitch to Lewis on the corner for a strike. Beautiful day, 73 degrees at the start of this Mother's Day. And I'm sure a lot of folks celebrating the big day today right here in the ballpark. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. Pink bat being used by Fred Lewis, and he takes low, ball 3. So pink is the color of the day. The Giants might be black and orange, and the Dodgers might be Dodger blue and white. But there's an additional color. And of course, Lewis has pink armbands on each forearm. 3-1 pitch to Fred, way inside, ball 4. So Lewis opens up the ball game with a base on balls. And the batter now will be Edgar Renteria. Renteria, the boy from Barranquilla. Edgar hitting .255, 2 home runs, 12 runs batted in. In case you wonder, he's bunted once to move a man along, but it is only in the first inning, and the Giants are not expected to do that. The Dodger infield is back in a normal depth. So Renteria checking in. Right-hand hitter, bat held high, back of the right ear. And Weaver delivers and drops it in there for a strike, and the count 0-1. Kind of an off-speed breaking ball. The Giants are, for one reason or another, a far better team at home than they are on the road. Well, so are the Dodgers. Giants are 10-4 at home, 5-10 on the road. Dodgers are 14-2 at home, 8-8 on the road. There goes the runner. The bunt is just a distraction, and the throw down not nearly in time. So Fred Lewis promptly steals second base, and for Lewis now he has stolen 2 out of 4. So you didn't expect him to bunt. It's awfully early, but instead they ran Lewis and got away with it. It's too long, too many numbers and too many paragraphs. But you know the name Bill James? He's one of the leading baseball statisticians. He says that the stolen base is almost worthless. Really, almost worthless. But for me to get into it, take a long time. So we'll see whether it's worthless or not. 0-2 the count to Edgar Renteria, and then Pablo Sandoval on deck. Weaver straightens up, set at the belt, looks back at second. Now comes to the plate. Fastball is swung on and popped up. It'll be Orlando Hudson fighting the glare and stays with it. Andre Ethier saw that Orlando is having troubles, so Ethier came racing in to help out, but Orlando saying thank you, but I'm okay. But it was tough. Even with the sunglasses on, the bill of the cap, he needed the glove, and of course he's done it 1,000 times. But it was nice to see a teammate come rushing in to try and help him out. So 1 away, Lewis holding at second, Renteria defeating the play by popping it up. And the batter now is Pablo Sandoval. Plays third and catches, and the word now is he might very well become the Giant first baseman. Good hitter, batting .298. Promptly rolls one to the right side. Hudson on the grass to throw him out. Taking third is Lewis. Yeah, Travis Ishikawa continues to struggle. There is thought that Sandoval might be a first baseman. All right, Brett Lewis at third, 2 down. Ishikawa taking in the action from the dugout, and the batter is Benji Molina, no doubt the most aggressive hitter in the National League. Benji Molina has had 108 plate appearances, and he is still looking for his first walk. He has 7 home runs, 27 runs batted in, and you can bet he'll be up there hacking with a runner at third and 2 out. Weaver out of a stretch and delivers, and the first pitch is swung on and missed. The old timers used to call Benji a Bible hitter. Thou shalt not pass. Anything in the neighborhood, he's going after it. So Molina, a good hitter, batting .298. Weaver bends at the waist. Lewis walks down the line from third. And the strike one pitch on the way. Jeff set and delivers, and that's fouled away. And so Molina in a hole. No balls and 2 strikes. Molina doesn't walk, but doesn't strike out a lot. He has struck out 13 times. So with a runner at third, 2 out, 0-2 the count to Benji Molina. Weaver looks in to get a sign. Jeff has 1 wild pitch this year, and a fastball is swung on and missed, and that tells you the story. So Lewis remains at third. The key, of course, was getting Renteria to pop up. And at the end of half an inning, Giants nothing, Dodgers coming up. In the process, and the Dodgers now coming up, and here's the way Joe Torre's club stacks up. Juan Pierre leading off, followed by Rafael Furcal and Orlando Hudson. Andre Ethier hits cleanup. Then you have James Loney at first, Mark Loretta at third. Matt Kemp hits 7th in center field. Brad Osmus behind the plate, and Jeff Weaver on the mound. On the mound, the remarkable Tim Lincecum. Lincecum may be 6 feet tall, maybe 5'11". Either way, he's around 170 pounds. Born in Bellevue, Washington, lives in Renton, Washington. And just from his size alone, it is shocking to see how hard he can throw a baseball. And in his last 4 starts, he has recorded an earned run average of 1.8, striking out 40 with only 6 walks. So he comes into the game 3-1 with an ERA of 3. He is 3-0 lifetime against the Dodgers, and the first pitch to Juan Pierre is up, ball 1, 1-0. Lincecum, the Cy Young Award winner, and there's an asterisk and a footnote about the fact that he won it. The 1-0 pitch is taken for ball 2. Since the award came into existence in 1956, only 4 of the winners won in their first full season. Brett Saberhagen and Dwight Gooden, Fernando Valenzuela, and Tim Lincecum, who falls behind 3-0 now to Juan Pierre. Pierre had a big day yesterday. He went 3 for 5 with 3 RBIs, couple of doubles, so right at home in the leadoff role. And Pierre trying to lead the way now. No score in the first inning. Another interesting thing about the Dodger lineup. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and that's low, ball 4. So immediately Lincecum will be bothered by Pierre's presence. The first 5 batters in the Dodger lineup will hit from the left side against Lincecum. And left-hand hitters this year are hitting 197 against him. So you have Pierre, then Furcal and Hudson is switched, then Ethier and Loney. 5 possible left-hand hitters in a row. And here is Furcal. Raphael 1 for 5 against Lincecum, betting $250 for the year. A look over at Pierre and the pitch to Furcal, who shows bunt, takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Juan Pierre over at first base has stolen 2 out of 4. Furcal has been struggling a little bit, and he'd be the first to admit, no doubt trying awfully hard to get back on the beam. He is physically sound. That's the best news of all for the Dodgers. The strike one pitch is very high. 1 ball and 1 strike. What's so amazing about Lincecum? Well, without getting too much into the numbers, they say that if you take a percentage of a pitcher's height, that percentage would be his stride towards home plate. The 1-1 pitch is instead a throw to first. Let's just leave it to the fact that Lincecum's stride to home plate compared to his height is unbelievable. It's one of the first things that caught the scouts' eyes. So Tim out of a stretch. He has to watch Pierre. There he goes. The pitch at the plate is swung on and foul back. A wasted belly whopper as Pierre went in head first, only to be summoned back. So 1-2 the count as Furcal fouls it off. Interesting too, and you look at a slim right-hander who throws so hard. When Lincecum was 15 years old, he was 4 feet 11 and he weighed 85 pounds. When he was a junior in high school, he was 5'7" and weighed 130. Here's the 1-2 pitch coming up. Lincecum set at the belt. He's been burned by Pierre, who's not going, and time called. Furcal backed out. When Lincecum went to college as a freshman, he was 5'9" and 135 pounds. So he's had a couple of growth spurts, and he's probably around 5'11" and maybe 170. 1-2 the count to Raphael Furcal. Lincecum set, ready, comes with that big stride and makes it low. 2-2 the count. Even though he does have that big stride, he does not elevate the leg, so he still has the slide step towards home plate. Tim Lincecum, a remarkable young man, came out of the University of Washington. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way as he looks down with that mop of hair blowing in the breeze on the back of his neck. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Throw to first in the dirt, and it gets by first base and down the line. It's going to be retrieved by Burris, and Juan Pierre is all the way over to third. So Tim Lincecum, so worried about the presence of Juan Pierre that he throws one in the dirt. It went all the way down the line, and Pierre just got up, and as Ishikawa chased the ball, Pierre was chasing the bases and winds up at third. It'll be an error charge to Lincecum. So the Dodgers get a big break. Remember, the Dodgers score in the first inning a lot. They've scored 25 runs in the first inning. And Lincecum delivers, and the pitch is low. So the Giant infield in the first inning with only the second batter up there, and the Giant infield has to play up. Three and two the count to Raphael Furcal. Lincecum's pitch is tapped to short. Renteria holding his man while throwing Furcal out. 1 away, and the batter will be Orlando Hudson. Now Hudson is a guy who has worn out Lincecum. Orlando Hudson is batting .462 against Lincecum. That translates into 6 for 13. Overall, Hudson batting .336. He has 3 home runs, 17 runs batted in. So Orlando hit .351 during this long homestand, and the pitch to him is low. Ball 1, 1-0. So you have a hot bat up there in the hands of Orlando Hudson. Does not have a bunt this year if you're thinking about squeeze, and you normally wouldn't squeeze anyway with a left-hand hitter up. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Orlando takes off the plate. 2-0 the count. So Lincecum went 3-2 and got for call. Pierre at third, 1 out, and no score. Lincecum looks down the barrel to get a sign. Hudson waiting. And the 2-0 pitch on the way. And that's in for a strike. 2-1. Runs could very well be at a premium. And so Lincecum working very hard with a runner at third and only 1 out. Now the 2-1 pitch coming up. Lincecum ready, fires, and it's fouled back. And the count locked in at 2-2. So Orlando Hudson with 17 runs batted in, trying to knock in a run against last year's Cy Young Award winner. Pierre walking down the line from third. And the 2-2 pitch is swung on and fouled off. Lincecum, as tough as there is in the league, has struck out 50 in 38 innings. So when he gets 2 strikes on you, you're definitely at a disadvantage. Tim, who was taught to pitch, and that unusual delivery from his father. Fastball whacked to right field. Going over to get it is Wynn. Tagging up is Pierre. The throw to the plate is not in time. So the Dodgers pick up a run in the first inning, as they do a lot, and take a 1-0 lead. So Orlando Hudson scoring fly ball, and the Arab charge to Lincecum comes back to haunt him. And the batter now will be Andre Ethier. So Hudson got his man home. 1-0 Dodgers, and Andre Ethier checking in. Andre Ethier coming off a bad day yesterday, but of course that happens to all of them. He fouls a pitch back. For Andre, he was 0 for 5 in the Dodgers 8-0 victory. He struck out twice, and for good measure hit into a double play. Now the strike 1 pitch is taken low, and that was the day when the Dodgers not only had 11 hits, even Eric Stultz had an RBI single. So Andre's a little bit hungry now, hitting .297. Lincecum comes back with a fastball and a high strike and a 1-2 count. Ethier .250 against Lincecum. So Pierre walked. Lincecum tried to pick him off and threw it away. Pierre going to third, and Hudson's fly ball picked him up. Ethier takes another one high. So Lincecum 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lincecum always wears a hat, some kind of head covering, no matter where he goes or whatever. 2-2 pitch on the way, and that's a high strike right at the letters, fastball, and that'll do it for Ethier. For the Dodgers, they get a run, really on nothing but an error, and at the end of 1, lead 1-0. on this Mother's Day, and seeing youngsters wearing the pink, you wonder, will they keep the awareness as they grow to adulthood to fight breast cancer, among other things? And they are here from infants to youngsters to grown-up ladies and men. So into the second, 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers. Randy Wynn, Aaron Rowand, and then Emmanuel Burris. And Weaver staked to a 1-0 lead. Weaver out of a stretch, comes to the plate and misses inside, ball one. Randy Wynn has handled Weaver in the past, hitting .333 with 2 home runs. Randy has just 2 home runs and 10 runs batted in. Weaver again ready and delivers, works it away. 2-0 the count. No windup with Jeff. He holds the ball at his belt, stands sideways to the plate, and then just turns and delivers. But the one big thing he does is change his arm angle, especially with right-hand hitters. 2-0 pitch on the way to Win, and Randy swings, lifts it back a third, down the line, and curling off foul and back into the lower deck. 2 balls and 1 strike to Jeff Weaver, working on Randy Wynn. Randy, a Los Angeles boy, went to school at Santa Clara. Pretty good basketball player up there. Weaver set. Wynn waits, and the 2-1 pitch is swung on and missed. 2-2 the count to Randy Wynn. Randy is a wonderful defensive outfielder, and Weaver has to believe he's also a very good hitter. Jeff at 6'5", 200. He'll be 33 in August, born in Northridge. 2-2 pitch just misses, ball 3. So a couple of local boys battling, Weaver and Wynn, and then Aaron Rowand on deck. 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers. We're just starting up. Weaver set and Jeff ready. His 3-2 pitch is outside and high, so Wynn draws the walk, which means the Giants now have had the leadoff man in each of the first 2 innings reached, and each time on a walk. So Weaver now working on Aaron Rowand, and for Rowand, trying to fight his way out of a severe slump, hitting just .216. Against Weaver, 0 for 5. But on their road trip, Rowand 2 for 17. That hits to about 116. Jeff Sadd looks over his shoulder at Wynn and decides he better go over there with a throw, because Wynn is a knowledgeable base stealer and is 4 for 4 this year. So Randy Wynn representing the tying run here in the second inning. 1-0 Dodgers. Aaron Rowand in that somewhat unusual batting stance. Weaver delivers and works it for a strike at the knees, and the count 0-1. It was Aaron Rowand, you may remember. He broke up Eric Stokes' perfect game yesterday. He doubled in the 5th inning. But he has really just stopped hitting. He has 2 hits in his last 30 at-bats, and he's a far better hitter than that. Strike 1 pitch on the way. A fastball bunted up along third. Good play. Picked up and no play from Mark Loretta. So that was a heads-up play by Aaron Rowand. The last thing the Dodgers were looking was a bunt, and he got it down. And if you look at Rowand's work so far during the year, he has 1 scoring fly ball, but no sacrifices, no bunts. But he comes up with a big play, and the Giants now have runners at first and second, nobody out, and Emmanuel Burris checking in at the plate. Emmanuel Burris hitting .450 on the Giant road trip. He had really come alive. Burris, switch hitter, batting left-handed. And the pitch is swung on, a little dribbler. Weaver juggles, recovers, throws, and gets him, and the runners move up. So Burris, a little tapper back to the box. Second and third, and a struggling Travis Ishikawa coming up. We mentioned earlier that Ishikawa could lose his first base job. That's the feeling around the Giants. They want to play Pablo Sandoval every day somewhere. And Sandoval, who's already played third and caught, now suddenly becomes the thought of being a first baseman. We'll see. It's up to Ishikawa to keep his job. Travis, however, hitting just 191. So the Giants down 1-0, but they have runners at second and third. Weaver ready, delivers and misses outside. Ball one, 1-0. Ishikawa going up against Weaver. This will be his first encounter. Travis, switch hitter, batting left-handed. 1 ball and no strikes the count. First base open. 1-0 Dodgers. Pierre walked. Lincecum tried to pick him off, threw it away. Pierre went to third. Hudson's fly ball picked him up. But now the Giants have a break on a walk by Wynn and a surprising bunt single by Aaron Rowan. The 1-0 pitch, Ishikawa takes high. On deck is Tim Lincecum. The Weaver in a bit of a hole here. Wynn walking down the line from third. Rowan away from second. 1 away. Now they've decided, you know what? Let's put Ishikawa on. That'll load the bases. That'll give us force plays. And maybe we can just take care of Tim Lincecum. So Torrey decides perhaps that would be the best way. Lincecum is not much of a hitter. He is 2 for 14, but he has struck out 9 of the 14 at bats. He does have 3 sacrifices if you're thinking about a possible squeeze. So we'll just wait and see. Interesting moment. Bases loaded, 1 out, second inning, 1-0 in favor of the Dodgers. So you have Lincecum at the plate who could bunt. You have Randy Wynn, a veteran base stealer, coming down the line from third with 1 away. Weaver straightens up, checks the runners. We'll keep an eye on Wynn, and a full swing drive to center. Kemp has to go back and one-handed. Tagging up is Wynn to score. Tagging up to move to third is Rowan, and it's a 1-1 tie. And Lincecum didn't hang around. I guess Weaver thought he'd get out in front of him, and Lincecum, thinking like a pitcher who can hit, was waiting for the first pitch. He drilled it. Kemp, who made a couple of dazzling plays yesterday, had a one-hand that one on the dead run. So Tim Lincecum gets a scoring fly ball, and just like that, the game is tied. So now runners at first and third, 2 out, 1-1, and Fred Lewis, who walked in the first inning. Lewis hitting in the 260s on this road trip. Weaver delivers, and the first pitch is a little low. 1 ball and no strikes. Fred Lewis out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Amazing. In his 4th start in the big leagues, Fred Lewis hit for the cycle. I mean, that's like having a hole-in-one on the 4th hole you've ever played. Oh, he gets one up and in. So Fred Lewis hit by the pitch, and that will load up the bases. And that was a fastball that really got away, trying to pitch it up and in, and he got it too far up and too far in. So Lewis hit by the pitch, and that loads the bases again. And the batter will be Edgar Renteria. So Lewis standing at first, checking Fred's numbers. That would be the 4th time this year he's been hit by a pitch. For Jeff Weaver, that would be the first batter that he has hit this year. So now Renteria. And the pitch from Weaver, sidearm pitch, down and away. Ball 1, 1-0. Dodgers 1, Giants 1. We're in the second inning. Dodgers got a run on a walk, a throwing error, and a fly ball. Giants get a run on 2 walks, a bunt single, and a fly ball. And now the 1-0 pitch to Edgar Renteria. Weaver at the belt, checks, here he comes, and a little breaking ball strike. And the count 1-1. So Weaver trying to work his way out of a tough inning. Renteria popped up in the first inning with a runner at first, so he failed to advance him. Lewis then stole second and got as far as third. 1-1 to Edgar Renteria. Big numbers with runners in a bases loaded situation. Renteria takes high, ball 2, 2-1. In his long career, the boy from Barranquilla has 7 grand slams. Last one he hit was this year in April. He hit a grand slam against San Diego. So the base is loaded with Rowand, Ishikawa, and Lewis. And the pitch is down and away. So Weaver is struggling 3-1. And looking at Jeff's numbers coming in, he had 10 strikeouts and only 2 walks. So he's already walked 3 and hit a batter, and we're only in the second inning. 3-1 to count to Edgar Renteria. Weaver ready. Fastball, strike at the knees. 3-2. So they wind up the merry-go-round. 3-2 with the bases loaded. Everybody on the move. Rowand from third, Ishikawa from second, and Lewis from first. Renteria waiting, and Weaver a long look down the barrel. Runners at the ready. Runners go, and the fastball is low. Ball 4. Everybody moves up 90, and the Giants take a 2-1 lead. So Rowand, who had that heads-up bunt, carries the run in. So now it's Ishikawa, Lewis, and Renteria out there, along with Rick Honeycutt. So the Giants gave up a run, but they not only get it back, they add one and lead the Dodgers 2-1. The so-called rubber game for the Dodgers. They've won 8 out of 10, as you know, an extremely successful homestand, but also a very tough road trip in prospect. Tomorrow they will leave and then open up Tuesday, the 12th, against the Phillies, the world champion Phillies, who have been slow to come out of the gate. Philadelphia, by the time the Dodgers get there, they're only a half a game behind New York and Florida. And the problem for the Dodgers, when they get finished with Philadelphia, they will play Florida. So the Mets, the Marlins, and the Phillies separated by a half a game. All right, here is Sandoval, and he hits a little ground ball wide of first. The feed to Weaver, and that's it. 8 men come to the plate as Sandoval grounds out. And for the Giants, they get 2 runs on a bunt single and lead 2-1. Bottom of the second inning. Tough inning for Jeff Weaver. He made 23 pitches, walking a couple and hitting a batter. So he's made 35 pitches in 2 innings. But first inning was not a walk in the park for Tim Lincecum. He made 22 pitches. So James Loney facing Lincecum, then Loretta and Kemp. Loney 2 for 9 in the past against Lincecum, and ball 1. 1-0 the count to James. Hitting .278, 21 RBIs. His mom is here wearing her pink hat. And James takes a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike. James' younger brother is going to start college in this area. Next one is outside, ball 2, 2-1. One of the things that Tim Lincecum did, especially as a kid, and it was a turnoff to scouts, was to tilt his head. He makes an X pitch outside. It's not a severe tilt. It's just like he bends the back of his neck a little bit before he delivers. And it's not nearly as pronounced, apparently, as when he was much younger. Fastball is swung on, fouled away. In fact, when they talked about the early days of Tim Lincecum and his delivery, they referred to it as violent, all because it begins with the tilt of the head. His legs, hips, and torso work in harmony, but at his size and weight, every pitch has to have everything back up. Ground ball backhanded by Renteria, who takes a hit away from Loney, and just like that, 1 away in the 2nd inning. One of the things, and we're not making it up, it was in a publication, so it's not like I'm giving away any intimate knowledge, but he was talking about himself. And somebody had said to him, "You always wear a hat or a cap?" He said, "Yeah." And they said, "Why is that?" And he took the cap off, and of course, matted black hair. There's a line drive at Burris for the 2nd out, 2 down. But there was one other reason we'll tell you in a minute. You know, you can join the Dodgers for the next Kids Appreciation Sunday, May 24th. They face the Angels, introduce the first Webkins pet giveaway of the season. That's right. The first 15,000 kids 14 and under will walk home with a Webkins pet. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com or call 866-DODGERS today. What is the personal thing? We were talking about Lincecum as Matt Kemp takes high. Well, when he took his cap off, he said to the questioner, "See, now you know." In other words, the hair was just a mess. But then he talked about showering. The pitch to Kemp, a strike. And Tim is quoted as saying, and making no apology, "I might go 3 days without a shower. If it feels right, I go with it." The 1-1 pitch is swung on and missed, 1-2. That's a head-shaking thought. Well, when they said he was ripe to be a big leaguer, we didn't realize exactly what he meant. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and that's in the dirt. Check swing, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And again, that was a direct quote. He has also been described as having the personality of a kid in a candy store. He did walk into the Giant clubhouse, and without introduction, he did a complete somersault as he strikes out Kemp. And Aaron Rowan said, "Hey," and Rowan got all over him about putting his great talent in serious position. Meanwhile, it's 2-1 Giants. soften up here, but the owner, Frank McCourt, and Frank, pure and simple, the one question on everybody's mind: what's new in the Manny Ramirez situation?
Well, Vin, it's I received a call from Manny yesterday.
Oh,
and it was quite clear to me that he was. He really knows he's made a mistake. Was very apologetic and really acknowledged the disappointment he's created. And we decided we would get together, talk about it. I think this is a conversation that was much better eyeball to eyeball. And what I sensed in the conversation was confirmed as we met.
What I'm going to do, rather than just call balls and strikes, I'm not going to say anything until the position player has a result. So you go ahead.
Well, it was a, I think an important moment in the rebuilding process here, when Manny called, I was very pleased, because I think only Manny can speak to this, and he's the voice that everybody wants to hear, myself included. And so when he called, we agreed to get together. We spent some time. Very clear to me that he's hurting right now, but he brought that hurt on himself. And he knows now he has to speak out, and he has to repair the relationships he's damaged.
I'm trying to think of questions that people would ask you. One of them we keep reading about: will he talk to his teammates?
Well, there's no question in my mind that he needs to do that. Again, there are several constituencies here that he needs to speak with. I was pleased as well that he spoke directly with Ned yesterday. He needs to visit with Joe and his teammates. He needs to speak to the fans and to this community at large, because they've really embraced him.
Now, when could that be?
I think the timeline is really up to Manny. As I said earlier, Vin, it's very clear that he's hurting. He's embarrassed. And everybody has a different timeline for working through that. And on a very human level here, I think we've got to give Manny the time to work through that. It takes a real man to step up and admit a mistake and have the courage to speak publicly about that. So he'll know when he's ready to do that. And,
of course, let's face it, you have paid him an awful lot of money to lead this ball club. How do you feel?
I'm disappointed. I feel better today than I did yesterday.
Were you angry?
Initially, I was a little ticked off.
I mean, that'd be a human reaction, I would think.
It takes a... it's one of those things that a good night's sleep helps, and you wake up and you realize that anger gets you nowhere. It really, it's how are we going to be constructive about dealing with this? But the disappointment lingered, and what has started to make the disappointment go away is the fact that the man picked up the phone and called, and hearing his voice and then visiting with him and seeing and hearing him take responsibility, you start moving to a different place.
High fly ball down the left field line. Juan Pierre on the track, right in the corner, reaches in fair, now foul ground. So even had the ball gone into the seats, it would have been a foul ball and an out. One away as Molina is retired and the batter is Randy Wynn. In your conversation with Manny, did he give you any kind of a time schedule? I'm going to be here, I'm going to do that?
No, we didn't get into timelines. What he did say to me was that he recognizes that he needs to address this, and that he's going to. And to me, I was very satisfied when I heard that. I didn't feel it was appropriate for. This is the first time I had a conversation with Manny.
Wynn hits a high fly ball to shallow right. In comes Andre Ethier to make the catch. 2 down.
I just didn't feel it was appropriate in that first conversation to. I was there in a way to try to help him as well through this, because you see an individual hurting, and the natural reaction is, when you put the disappointment aside, if the person wants to make things right, your reaction is to try to make it right. So it just didn't feel like the right time to say, okay, what's happening on Monday? What's happening on Tuesday? We'll get to that. And I think Manny needs to get to that, because his is the voice that people want to hear, Vin, not mine or anybody else's, quite frankly.
In talking about Monday or Tuesday, did you say, well, okay, I will talk to you in X number of days? How did you leave the very final words of your conversation?
He said he would be in touch with me, and we'll talk, and then things will start to roll. He was already talking about needing to get to get back into working out and being with his teammates and so on and so forth. So he's clearly moving along the process in his own mind. This is going to take some healing. There was damage done. There was disappointment created, and we've all made mistakes and we've all disappointed people, and it's a lousy feeling to do that. But once you realize that the only way to fix it is to address it and then make amends, it's more than words. You have to do some things to fix it, and I think he's in that place right now.
Now, he could come out and work out at Dodger Stadium, and then he has to get off the field when the gates open. He could even spend the game in the Dodger clubhouse, I believe.
Yeah, he's part of the team, and he made it very clear to me yesterday that, boy, is he loved being part of this team, and he really, I think that's another part of all this, that he just had such a good thing going here, and the way the community has embraced him and so forth. So I think he'll start to work out with the club fairly soon.
Well, that's it, as strikeout 3 with Aaron Rowan, and at the end of 2.5 innings, Giants 2. Giants lead the Dodgers 2-1, bottom of the third. We just felt it was rather important to have the owner, Frank McCourt, give us his thoughts and his experience in talking to Manny. And now we'll get right back to the ball game. For the Dodgers, they'll have Brad Ausmus, then Jeff Weaver, and Juan Pierre. Ausmus hitting .438, right hand hitting backup catcher to Russell Martin, takes another strike. For Russell Martin, by the way, he has really come alive. Martin, during this homestand, hit .429 and gets a well-deserved day off. The 1-1 pitch on the way is swung on and fouled off, and the count 1-2. So Lincecum, who struggled with Pierre, walked him, tried to pick him off, threw it away, and then Hudson's fly ball got the run in, has now turned around really to retire 6 in a row, striking out 2 of them. Tim looks down, getting aside. We're in the bottom of the third, and the next pitch is hit in the air to center, but Aaron Rowan is right there to pick it off. So 1 away, and the batter now will be Jeff Weaver.
Pitcher number 36, Jeff Weaver.
You may or may not remember the last time we saw Lincecum last year. He was certainly high in the voting for the Cy Young Award, and he really put the spotlight on his chances against the Dodgers. The last day of 08, he struck out 13, and everybody said, yep, he's worthy, and he won the award. 18 wins, 265 strikeouts, and an ERA of 2.8. Working in a hurry with Weaver, and he's fallen behind 2-0. Bottom of the third. Giants 2, Dodgers 1. Fastball on the inside corner for a strike, and the count 2-1. So Weaver and Lincecum in the final game of the homestand. The 2-1 pitch on the way is swung on and missed. Big violent swing by Weaver. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Lincecum taught to pitch by his father and breaking a lot of rules in the process. Line foul down the line. One of the keys for Lincecum, and it really is a key for any pitcher, is his left shoulder. He has to keep that left shoulder on the target. The longer he can stay in that position, the better off he is. But he comes hurling in his windup. The off-speed pitch is strike 3 call to Weaver. Well, you don't throw a lot of change-ups to pitchers unless you think they're pretty good hitters. So there's a silent acknowledgement that Lincecum thinks Weaver can swing the bat, so he strikes him out. That's 8 in a row retired by Lincecum since the walk to Pierre. Giants lead 2-1, and Pierre coming up. Let's face it, the Dodgers are certainly the underdog coming into this game against Lincecum. But you know the great Dodger killer who eventually became a teammate? Juan Marichal. When Juan Marichal was with the Giants, he beat the Dodgers 37 times. I mean, he just wore them out. Juan Pierre takes low, ball 1. Boy, some of the great battles with Marichal and Koufax. One, of course, that's always remembered involved John Roseborough. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Pierre shot up the middle. Behind the bag is Burris, and it's off his glove, and Pierre is aboard. So Juan Pierre with his speed will make it very tough on every infielder. Burris tried to backhand and come up throwing and came up empty. He might at least have fielded that ball. It wasn't that hard to get the glove on it, but he was thinking more of getting the ball and throwing, and with all that into consideration, they'll give Pierre a single. But how about it if that's the only hit Lincecum gives up? I mean, that was indeed a scratchy single. Now you have the tying run, a rabbit out there at first, and here's for call. Lincecum a low set below the belt. Fastball on the outside corner for a strike, and the count 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to count. 2-1 in favor of the Giants. 3rd inning. Throw to first. Pierre diving back to the bag. Lincecum, among other things, has the lowest opposition batting average with runners in scoring position in the major leagues. That's how tough he is. Strike 1 pitch is bunted up along third, foul. So Raphael will have to come back. Count 0-2. That is the rare bunt where Furcal actually doesn't slap at the ball, push it, or try to guide it. He just tried to drop a poached egg up along third base, and it slid off the toast. 0-2 the count. With runners in scoring position, the opposition is hitting 179 since last year against Lincecum. 2-1 Giants, 3rd inning. Furcal waiting, and Lincecum backs off the rubber. Furcal was hitting 200. He's dipped under that against Tim Lincecum. He's 1 for 6. Pierre off the bag at first, held on by Ishikawa. There he goes. The pitch is low, and there is no throw forthcoming. So Pierre, representing the tying run, steals second base. So now the Dodgers have a runner in scoring position. It was a straight steal, and we will see about Lincecum and that 179 batting average with runners in scoring position. Remember, the Dodgers have been very hot in that category all during the homestand. Pitch to Furcal is swung on, little nubber foul up along first. So it's still 1-2. When Lincecum was being taught to follow through, one of the things they did, his father invented a drill where he would place a dollar bill on the ground to the left and in front of the landing spot of Tim's foot. and he would have to pick up the dollar in the same motion after releasing the ball. 1-2 pitch on the way is low and inside. Ball 2, 2-2. So a lot going on in that slim frame in order to throw as hard as he can and be as successful as he has been in the big leagues. Pierre, the tying run at second. 2-1 Giants, third inning. Lincecum delivers fastball, line drive, base hit. So much for that low batting average. The throw to the plate, not in time for call into second base, and the Dodgers have tied it up. So Juan Pierre has scored twice. Rafael Furcal in the face of the opposition, hitting just 179, lines a single to center, and the ball game is tied up 2-2 with Rafael going into second base on the throw to the plate. So now Orlando Hudson is the batter. Two here in the third inning. Orlando Hudson had a scoring fly ball, takes a strike, and the count 0-1. So Furcal picks up Pierre with a single, goes to second on the throw to the plate. No balls and 1 strike to Orlando. Back comes Lincecum high. 1 ball and 1 strike. In the Dodger lineup, Hudson is the one guy who has really given him a bad time. Came in hitting .462 and had the scoring fly ball with 2 strikes on him in the first inning. 1-1 pitch on the way is off the plate. Ball 2. 2-1 the count. Two balls and 1 strike. Lincecum ready. Double checking for call, and the pitch to Hudson down and away. Tim Lincecum's father talks about what a natural athlete Tim is. He said one day the youngster came home and said, "Dad, I want to try out for the golf team." Well, his father said, "You maybe have played 27 holes in your life. You didn't even own golf clubs." Tim said, "I know, but I want to go out." And they said, "Well, you have to shoot 40 to qualify." 3-1 pitch, foul back. Shoot 40 to qualify. He went out and shot 39. Some guys are really blessed. 3-2 the count to Orlando Hudson. Rafael Furcal at second. 2 out. Giants 2, Dodgers 2. Tim ready, delivers, check swing, strike 3, and Orlando knew it and just walked away. So for Lincecum, 4 strikeouts, but he gives up the tying run thanks to Furcal's single, and they're even at 2 apiece. Pierre very busy, walked and eventually scored, singled and eventually scored, and we go to the fourth inning in the battle between Weaver and Lincecum. It'll be Burris, Ishikawa, and Lincecum in that order. Burris, the second baseman, that couldn't handle Pierre's ground ball up the middle, hit back to the box in the second inning. Strike, 0-1. Burris batting .263. Switch hitter, hitting only .190 left, an inflated average, batting right-handed, and a shot up the middle. Weaver had his glove up defensively as he was falling away. I think he was just hoping the ball would find the glove, but it didn't. So the leadoff single by Burris. So with a single, that'll bring up Travis Ishikawa, who walked in the second inning. Burris at first, nobody out, 2-2. Burris, by the way, is a base stealing threat. He has stolen 8 out of 11. Weaver seems to have a lot of body motion in trying to get that ball up to the plate. So we'll see now what will happen with Ishikawa and especially with Burris, and the pitcher Tim Lincecum on deck. There goes Burris. Pitch in the dirt. No chance for Brad Osmus. No chance. So Burris has now stolen 9 out of 12. Tiebreaker out there. Nobody out. One ball and no strikes. Burris got a good jump, but he has the natural speed necessary anyway. And pulls a shot. What a nice play to short hop that ball by James Loney. Whoa. So Ishikawa really drilled it, and Loney was able to stay right with it. That was a tough chance. It also failed to advance the runner, which is just as important. Here's our Aflac trivia question for today. There are currently 5 former Cy Young winners in the National League West. Who are they? Well, think about it. We'll give you the answer. Now, Tim Lincecum, who had the scoring fly ball in the second inning. He swung at the first pitch. We'll see what he does this time. Same thing, but this time instead of getting a fastball up, he got a breaking ball down and away. 0-1 the count. Tim Lincecum. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Giants, 2 runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Giants have gotten the leadoff man in 3 of their first 4 innings. Oh, 0-2. Tiebreaker at second, Emmanuel Burris. One and 2. On deck, the leadoff man, Fred Lewis. Weaver 1-0, 3-5 lifetime. Lincecum getting a little bit of a pretty good fastball, and the count remains 1-2. In the dirt, nice save by Brad Osmus. 2-2 the count. Weaver, for a long time, was a strikeout pitcher, but strikeout to the extent that he would strike out 150 some odd. 2-2. And he goes all the way to Lincecum now, 3-2. Weaver so far today has 2 strikeouts. 3-2 to his opposite number. And a ground ball to the left for call. So Lincecum makes contact, advances to Burris to third, and the batter will be Fred Lewis.
Number 14, Fred Lewis.
The ball that was ripped was that ball hit by Ishikawa. That was a clutch play by James Loney down there at first base. James stayed with it. That could easily have advanced Burris to third or even gone through to score him. So a runner at third, 2 out. Fred Lewis has walked and hit by a pitch. Ball 1. Fred, 6'2", 200-pounder. Hit for the cycle in his 4th game in the big leagues. Strike. The other thing he might very well tell his grandchildren, he had 4 hits against Randy Johnson, because now Randy's his teammate. The day he had the 4 hits against Randy, he was hitting 185 against left-hand pitching. 1-2. Lewis hitting .299. No power, 2 RBIs. Runner at third, 2 out, top of the 4th, 2-2 tie. And a high fly ball, very playable. Matt Kemp looking over for help, and it's caught by Juan Pierre. I think Matt couldn't find it, and Pierre from another angle was able to save his bacon, and Matt says thank you very much. And at the end of 3.5 innings, it's still 2-2. Mom and her boy taking in the ball game as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Mom's having great influence on so many people. In fact, Bruce Bochy talks with love about his mom. His dad being in the Army, he'd be away a year at a time, and Bruce's mom would play catch with him, help him hit. A strike to Ethier, then it'll be Loney and Loretta. For Lincecum to get a strike on the first pitch to Ethier is a little new. Now he's 0-2 because he had fallen behind to 10 of the 12 hitters that he had faced. Now he gets out in front of somebody. 0-2. By the way, the Giants are struggling like Arizona and like every other team that has come in here during the homestand. Giants are 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Ground ball to Burris, and that will take care of Ethier. One away in the 4th inning. Remember the trivia question? I mean, Lincecum is a Cy Young Award winner, and we mentioned there are 5 in the National League West. Who are they? Well, if you started with Lincecum and then go backwards, yep, there they are. Brandon Webb, Jake Peavy, Barry Zito, and Randy Johnson. Barry Zito, who pitched so well the other night, picked up his first victory of the year, but he certainly worked hard. He made 126 pitches in that game. And then Eric Stoltz made 123 last night, or yesterday afternoon. 2-2, bottom of the 4th. Loney with a 0-1 count. Good breaking ball had dropped in. 0-2. And Randy Johnson, another Cy Young Award winner, great left-hander. Ball 1-1-2. You know, an interesting thing about Lincecum, and it was all because of his size. 6 of the first 7 teams to pick in that draft selected pitchers, and all of them passed on Lincecum, who just strikes out James Loney. Even the Seattle Mariners, who were desperate for pitching, passed on Lincecum. And then when the Giants got him, they sent him to the minor leagues, and right away they said, oh, wait a minute, we have a prodigy. We have a Heifetz. We have a Tiger Woods. He pitched only 13 times in the minor leagues, and they said, you better get him up here. He's kind of special. And you know, when you think about it, only one starting pitcher in baseball history has won 70% of his decisions in his first 2 years, while logging more strikeouts than innings, and you're looking at him, Tim Lincecum. Who was the other pitcher? Doc Gooden. And a drive into left center, base hit. Aaron Rowan comes up with it. So Mark Loretta, a 2-out single, and the batter will be Matt Kemp. 2-2, bottom of the 4th inning. And the batter Kemp, who struck out in the 2nd inning. One ball and no strikes, the count. Reading the background on Lincecum, his dad used to sit in the stands directly behind home plate, and anytime Tim fell out of his normal delivery, his father would signal to him. As a drive to center, Rowan is at the other end of it. I immediately thought of Don Drysdale and his dad. His father would sit in the Coliseum and whistle every time Don came out of his delivery. Meanwhile, 2-2. Buy the chicken soft taco from Del Taco. It'll make you fall in love with your lunch. 99 cents every day. And by Southwest Airlines, low fares with no hidden fees. Book now at southwest.com, where what you see is what you pay. Fifth inning, 2-2 tie. A beautiful summer's day. It was 73 degrees when the ball game started at about 1 o'clock. Edgar Renteria will start it off. Ball one. Renteria followed by Sandoval and then Molina. Jeff Weaver, I'm sure when he first came back to Dodger Stadium, he not only remembered when he played here, but he remembered when he sat in the stands here. Jeff was 12 years old and saw the Dodgers in the 1988 World Series beat Oakland here. And as Jeff said, as a kid growing up, I saw a lot of games here. 1 ball, 1 strike. That sidearm fastball, ball 2, 2-1. Remember Bob Walk? He pitched with Pittsburgh a lot. And Bob always said, he attended a lot of games here, but he was kicked out of Dodger Stadium before he pitched here. He was kicked out for, I guess doing something wrong in the bleachers. Ball 3, 3-1. Edgar Renteria, 0 for 1 with a walk. Weaver's been fighting his control. He has walked 4 and hit a batter. And that's hit foul. That thing went by Tim Flannery in a hurry. Tim had played ball in San Diego and of course very close pal of Bruce Bochy's, coached for him down there. And Roberto Kelly, who at one time played briefly with the Dodgers. There's Roberto in the first base coaching box. 3-2. And a ground ball to the left of Furcal. Nice pick. Nice play. 1 out in the 5th. Pablo Sandoval coming up. Sandoval from Venezuela, hitting .292. He's 5'11" and somewhere around 240 pounds. Pablo started to play organized baseball games when he was 5 years old. But as he said, I only like to hit. Coach would ask him to play defense. He said, no, I just want to hit. Then he became a left-hand throwing right fielder. Then by the time he was 9, he wanted to play shortstop. And a drive deep to left. Pierre on the track at the boards to reach up and pick it off. So a long out to left. Nice play by Pierre. You know, you can join the Dodgers on the road in Chicago. You can travel to the Windy City May 28th through the 30th. Watch the boys in blue take on the Cubs at Wrigley. Packages include hotel accommodations, a meet and greet on the field with a current Dodger, and to purchase, visit Dodgers.com/road trips or call 323-224-2646. Ball 1. Jeff Weaver's reaction when that ball was hit. Take a look. Oh no, but it died and Pierre was able to call it in. Tried to pull the outside pitch, got it to the hole at short, and Benji is again avoiding a walk. He is 0 for 3. He is now at 111 without a walk, and the man of the minute and of the game, Juan P. against Tim Lincecum. You know, earlier we were talking about the fact that Lincecum had such a huge stride. It really is remarkable. That's what caught Scout's eye in the first place. Ausmus 0 for 1 fly to center. The way they have it figured, you take a fella's height, let's say he's 6 feet tall, and on average his stride would be somewhere between 77% and 87% of his height of 6 feet. Well, with Lincecum, when they measured his height and his stride is 129% of his height. That means his stride is roughly 7.5 feet. A drive to right center. Rowan going to give it up. It'll be a base hit for Ausmus. Take a look at the stride. From the rubber, high kick. Look at that. I mean, that is truly a remarkable stride. There aren't very many pitchers who have short strides. I was asking Tommy Lasorda if he could think of a pitcher who had a very short stride. The only one he could think of, you may remember, Doyle Alexander. Anyway, it is unusual. We're concentrating too on showing you Lincecum. After all, he's Cy Young Award winner last year, and we don't see that much of him, so we're kind of x-raying him a little bit. And here is Weaver, and of course the Giants are looking bunt. And they get it. In the air, foul, no play. Jeff Weaver so far this year does not have a sacrifice, but of course he has only been in 3 games. 0-1 the count. Ausmus standing at first base. 2 runs, 2 hits for the Giants, 2 runs, 4 hits for the Dodgers. The bunt is down. Ishikawa goes to second, and they get the force play on Ausmus. And you can bet before the pitch the infield is saying, okay, if he gets the bunt down, you got a 40-year-old catcher going to second base. That's the guy to get. And they got him. So a nice play by Ishikawa. Being left-handed helped. He didn't have to turn his body. He just picked up the ball and threw to second. So a nice play by Travis. Ausmus cut down. Now Weaver is running the bases with Pierre up there. And that's going to go foul down the line. So for Pierre, a chance to play. And he has always been a highly talented player. So yesterday 3 for 5 with a couple of doubles, 3 runs batted in. Today 2 walks, a stolen base, and he has scored both runs. 1-1. He also made that fine catch on the ball hit by Pablo Sandoval. 1-1. Ball 2. Lincecum after the walk to Pierre in the first inning. Retired 8 in a row, and then Pierre got him with a base hit, and he's going to get him again as he hits one to the gap all the way to the wall. Boa will wave Weaver in. The throw by Renteria is not in time. It goes to the backstop, and Pierre, driving Lincecum nutty, stands at third, and the Dodgers lead 3-2. Pierre doubles to the gap in left center. Weaver scores, and Pierre goes to third on the throw to the plate. The relay by Edgar Renteria, and Weaver, running for his life, gets in there to beat it. The throw was offline. There will not be an error, I don't believe, because Pierre would just go to third on the throw to the plate. And for Weaver, try it. That's a long run, especially for a pitcher. They are going to give Renteria the error. Little surprise. Even had Renteria thrown accurately to his catcher, a guy like Pierre would have taken third on the throw anyway. Here's Weaver. Watch this. Around the world in 80 days. To second base. To third base. Oh, don't tell me you're going to send me in. Yeah. And he makes it. So Weaver brings in the tiebreaker. The Dodgers lead 3-2. Pierre is now at third base. The infield is up. And Rafael Furcal checking in at the plate. In the inning, Ausmus led off with a single. Weaver bunted into a force play. Now Pierre doubles home Weaver. And Juan is at third. He's not coming on a full swing, but boy, you have some combination here with Furcal at the plate and Pierre at first. Not only is Furcal looking for a sign, let's just say Boa gives Furcal the sign to squeeze. Furcal has to give Boa the sign back. I've got it. Pierre is not coming. Full swing, 0-2. So you would think that if there was even a possibility of a squeeze, it'd be taken off, but you never know with this combo. Infield up. Rafael waiting. No balls, 2 strikes. Pierre is not coming. Full swing, foul. In this kind of a situation, when you are the runner from third, if there was a squeeze, you have to wait until the pitcher is just about ready to release the ball. Otherwise, if you don't wait for that split second, the pitcher can direct the pitch, make it a pitch out, whatever. So it's a great deal of timing. Not looking for it now. 1-2. Watching Pierre. He's not coming. Strike 3 called. So a struggling Furcal strikes out. That would be 6 strikeouts for Tim Lincecum, and the batter will be Orlando Hudson. As Juan Pierre stands at third base, it should be noted in the minutes of the last meeting. We're talking about Pierre. Since he took over left field, he is 8 for 13, revitalizing the ball club. And ball 1. Hudson scoring fly ball and struck out. Dodgers 3, Giants 2, 5th inning. 2 out. Pierre at third. Now Hudson has worn out Lincecum, and he's getting the silk glove treatment. Pink shoelaces featured with Orlando. Lincecum has some pink on his shoes as well. That's a strike. In fact, Lincecum said before the game, and talking about, see all the pink stripes on his shoes, he said, if I win today, I'll wear them all year. So the Dodgers think he's stunning in pink, but they would just as soon take the shoes away from him. Ball 3. So Lincecum laboring a bit for sure, and waiting his turn on deck, Andre Ethier. And a line drive, fair ball down the line. Pierre scores. Orlando with his pink laces will stop at second, and the Dodgers lead 4-2. So Orlando, Hudson, and Juan Pierre, what a combination. Orlando has driven in 2 of the runs. This time he doubles down into the corner. He had a scoring fly ball in the first inning to get Pierre home. A pretty good 1-2 punch. Pierre and Hudson, and the Dodgers out in front by 2, 4-2. A very hungry Andre Ethier Struck out, grounded out. 0 for his last 7 at bats. And actually 0 for his last 9 to go back to Friday night. Right. 1-1. Dodgers getting people on base in every inning but the second. They're all over Lincecum today. Foul back. So much so that down in the Giant bullpen, right-hander Brandon Meadows begins to loosen up. Lincecum right now has made 92 pitches. Two out, bottom of the 5th. 4-2 Dodgers. Got him on the corner. So Ethier caught looking a second time. Juan Pierre leading the pack, and the Dodgers lead the Giants 4. In the dugout has made 93 pitches. He has struggled. The Dodgers have been retired only once. That was in the second inning. And he's listening to Dave Righetti, the veteran left-handed pitching coach. The Dodgers, meanwhile, have their bullpen busy to back up Jeff Weaver, Ramon Troncoso, and Will Oman, the left-hander. For the Giants, Randy Winn, Aaron Rowan, and then Emmanuel Barris. And we will see about running from first to home for Jeff Weaver if it takes anything out of him. You can bet the Dodgers are watching. And a strike to Randy Winn. Winn walked, scored a run, fly to center, 0 for 1. Randy hitting just .217. Check swing, that's outside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Randy. Dodgers go to the suitcase after this game. They have 3 in Philadelphia, 3 in Florida, but then a great homestand when we come back. The Mets and the Angels. The Mets will be here on the 18th, 19th, and 20th, 3-night games. And the Angels on the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, the weekend. 2-1 the count to Randy Winn. And he drives it into right center field. Ethier trying to cut it off, makes a sliding block. Winn goes into second base anyway when the ball got away from Andre Ethier, but that had double all over it anyway. So Randy Wynn, a lead-off double into right center. There's the body block, and then the ball just came out of his hands. So Wynn at second, nobody out. Rowan, Burris, and Ishikawa, and naturally the Dodgers in the dugout. The first thought is, well, maybe running the bases in the middle of the game took a lot out of it. Weaver will be 33, but it's not so much his age, not so much his shape, but the fact that he's really just doing some starting work for only the second time. When 5 his last time out, now might be pushing it a little. Whoops, he has pushed it a little. Here comes Joe Torre. So Torre going out to the mound with Wynn at second base, nobody out, and the Dodgers leading 4-2. When Weaver made his start this year, he went 5 innings and allowed 1 earned run against Arizona. He made 85 pitches in that game. Now, so far, he's made 76. And Weaver, I think, trying to convince Torre that he has something left. Joe, I'm sure, interrogating his catcher and pitcher, and the answer is, thank you, fellas. Thank you, Jeff. But we're going to the pen for Troncoso with Rowan coming up next. So Jeff Weaver goes 5+, can't lose, can only win or have nothing to do with it. Dodgers lead 4-2, and we'll be back. Brought to you by Nissan. Get to the Nissan National Tent event for great deals on reliable vehicles. Look closer. Nissan delivers. And by Kaiser Permanente. We want you to live well, be well, and thrive. We're in the 6th inning. A leadoff double by Randy Wynn chases Jeff Weaver. And Ramon Troncoso is now brought in to face Rowan, Burris, and Ishikawa, or hitters. And a strike. You know, the Giants were 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position against Weaver. They did have a scoring fly ball and a bases loaded walk, but they have not been able to come up with a clutch hit yet, so 0 for 8. Rowan, meanwhile, bunt single and struck out. Fouled away. So Troncoso coming in, trying to get out in front, and he's 0-2. In his 12th game facing Rowan. Dodgers 4, Giants 2. We're in the 6th. Ball 1. Troncoso with a good ERA, 2.2, 12th game. 9 strikeouts and only 2 walks. Usually gets a lot of ground balls because he has a very good sinker. And that'll do it for Rowan. You know, for Troncoso, you might lose him in the bullpen because there are so many fine pitchers down there. But he now has tossed 14 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. This is his 8th appearance. Then he was roughed up in that game with Washington. But by and large, he's pitched very, very well. Now Emmanuel Burris hit back to the box and singled 1 for 2. The Giants are now 0 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Four runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 2 runs, 3 hits, and 2 errors. Charged to the Giants, Lincecum and Renteria. Fastball pulled to the hole, and that's going to find its way through. They will wave Wynn in. The throw by Ethier cut off by Loney. So the Giants finally break through. They are now 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and it's Emmanuel Burris who singles to right to cash in Wynn. So the run is charged to Weaver, and you can close the book now on Jeff. He allowed 3 runs, 3 hits, walked 4, struck out 2. He is still the pitcher of record, however, to win. Troncoso now with the tying run aboard, facing Travis Ishikawa, who has walked and grounded out, but starred that ground ball because he really ripped one. And Loney made a wonderful play. And now Joe Torre is going to go back to the pen again. Now he has Will Ullman down there if he wants to bring Ullman in to face Ishikawa. Ishikawa, by the way, is a switch hitter. In fact, check me on that. He's left-handed, so he can't switch. They will bring in Ullman. Troncoso comes out, the wheels are turning, and we'll be back. And then it was thrown away, allowing Juan to go to third, and he was able to tag up and score on the fly ball by Orlando Hudson. Then Pierre singled up the middle and stole second base so that he was able to score on a base hit by Furcal. Then Juan doubled into the left center field area driving in Weaver. He eventually scored on a double by Hudson. So with all of that, Pierre also made a dazzling running catch of a ball hit by Pablo Sandoval in the 5th inning. So Juan Pierre putting on a show. Dodgers lead 4-3. The veteran Rich Aurelia will now come up and bat for Ishikawa with Burris at first and 1 out. And Burris, of course, runs well, stole a base earlier, and he has stolen 9 out of 12. Fastball slapped off first base foul. Not much of a swing by Aurelia. Wow. The Rich head down walking away. That was not much of an at bat. And the batter now is Tim Lincecum. So Aurelia, who was only hitting 175, and you could see his problems. Ullman now facing Lincecum. Strike. One reason they took Ishikawa out for Aurelia, Ishikawa had only been up 5 times against left-handers this year, 0 for 5. And of course, Boshi's hands were tied. He sends up Aurelia, and he's 0 for 5 as a pinch hitter. So 2 out, 6th inning. Dodgers 4, Giants 3. Giants in 1-run games are 4-2, all 4 wins at home, the 2 losses on the road. For the Dodgers in 1-run games, they've been involved in 9 of them. They're 4-0 at home, 2-3 on the road. 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Will Ullman in his 14th game. 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. One and 2 to Lincecum. He had a scoring fly ball back in the 2nd inning and grounded to short in the 4th. 1 ball and 2 strikes. At first base, the tying run, Emmanuel Burris, but with the pitcher up there, it's doubtful he would do any running. The idea being, if he runs and he is thrown out, then you would have your pitcher leading off the next inning. Plus the fact Lincecum was hitting less than $1.50 anyway. 1 and 2. And did he swing? No, he didn't. It was close. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Just held it back. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, 3 runs, 4 hits for the Giants, 2 errors for the Giants. And ball 3 on deck, Fred Lewis. Runner goes on ball 4. So the Giants have received 5 walks and they have 4 hits, and the Dodgers still lead 4-3, but that's a big one that got away. So 2 on, 2 out, 1 in, 4-3 in favor of the Dodgers. Ullman is wearing the score. And Fred Lewis walked, hit by a pitch, fly to left. All those at bats, of course, were against Weaver. Fastball strike. Lewis out of Mississippi, hitting .296. Will Oman, born in Germany. Fastball fouled away. 0-2 the count to Fred Lewis. Benji Molina has 7 home runs. No one else has more than 2 on the Giant club. They have a total of 16 home runs. Lewis does not have any. He has 2 RBIs. Just on the corner. So Lewis is caught looking. Down go the Giants. They get 1 and leave 2. And at the end at 5.5. For sure. That's when Tim Lincecum ripped one to center and everybody going, and a great one-hand running catch by Matt Kemp, who has been scintillating defensively, going to left center, right center, dead center, or charging in towards second base. The Kemp having an outstanding year with the glove as well as doing well with the bat. Couple of notes for the Dodgers. 5 of Lincecum's strikeouts, the hitter has been looking, so it's not as if Tim has been overpowering people. He's made 93 pitches in 5 innings, however, and he trails 4-3. And we were starting to talk about the fact that the Giants are without Sock when Fred Lewis came up. We mentioned Fred did not have a home run, and that the Giant team, the entire team, has only 16. Benji Molina has 7 home runs. To put that in perspective, as Loney hits a fly ball to Rowan, and we have 1 away. The Giants have homered 16 times. Albert Pujols has homered 11. Evan Longoria has homered 11. And talking about Longoria, in the last 11 games, Evan Longoria has 26 runs batted in. That's the most RBIs in 11-game stretch since Ted Kluszewski of Cincinnati back in 1954. Boy, that is really a stretch. 26 ribbies in 11 games. Here's Loretta, flied out and single to center. Oh, and 2. When the Giants come up in the 7th, they'll have Renteria, Sandoval, and Molina. 0-2. Lincecum has struck out 7. He has walked 1. Off the plate. The Lincecum family has a picture in the living room which kind of sums up young Tim. Line drive foul. It was when Timmy was the member of a 5th grade basketball team, and there were 7 players on the squad, and the league rules said that everybody had to spend some time on the bench. And the photo, there are 2 kids sitting on the bench. One has his head in his hands. Eyes are down, pouting because he's not in the game. But the other, with his feet off the ground, screaming, raising his fist to the sky, was Lincecum, not even in the game. And the family just thinks that sums up Tim. Ball 3. And that's hit to center on his horse is Rowan. A diving catch. Had to wait for Sam Holbrook to get out there. And so Rowan makes a fine defensive play to take a hit away from Loretta. And we have 2 down. Fine play. So Matt Kemp, who has made plenty of those plays himself, will now be coming up. And Lincecum raising his fist. That a way to go. An attaboy. So here's Kemp, struck out, fly to center. Made that dazzling running catch of the ball hit by Lincecum in the 2nd inning. Matt hitting .282 and a strike. To repeat, Giants will have Renteria, Sandoval, and Molina. 9th meeting, 9th of the 18. Next time the Giants and Dodgers get together, that'll be in August in San Francisco. And then they meet twice, 2 weekend series in September. 11, 12, 13 up there, 18, 19, and 20 down here. By the way, Rich Aurelia, who batted for Ishikawa, is playing first base. That's popped up down the line, curling foul. Trio of Giants, but it's well back in the stands. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Lincecum now came in with 93 pitches, and he has faced Loney and Loretta, so he has now moved up to 107 pitches. Two and 2. Another foul ball. Matt Kemp against Tim Lincecum was 0 for 4, so he is now 0 for 6. In the dirt, gets behind the catcher Molina. 3 and 2 the count to Matt Kemp. Lincecum walked the first man he faced, Juan Pierre, tried to pick him off and threw it away. Pierre got to third and scored on a fly ball. And got him. The pitch looked like it was going to be up over the strike zone, and the bottom dropped out of it. What a breaking ball, frustrating the hitter for sure. So down goes Kemp, up there and then down there. And at the end of ticket is brought to you by 76, where 4 fill-ups scores you 2 free Dodger tickets. Complete rules available at participating 76 stations. 4-3 Dodgers, 7th inning, and the Dodgers make 2 changes. They bring in Ronald Belisario and Casey Blake to take over at third. Edgar Renteria, Pablo Sandoval, and then Benji Molina. They are 0 for 8 amongst them. Renteria 0 for 2, Sandoval 0 for 3, Molina 0 for 3. That's a strike. No balls and 2 strikes to Edgar Renteria. Popped up, walk, grounded out. Hitting .250. Fastball at 94. Belisario throws hard. Belisario's the workhorse. This is his 16th appearance. And Renteria is blown away. So 1 out as we take another look. That natural sinking fastball. It's a terrific pitch. For Belisario, ERA of under 3, 7 walks, 22 strikeouts, so better than 3-1. Now the challenges, Sandoval and Molina. Fouled away. In looking at the past to perhaps learn something about the present, Belisario facing Sandoval 0 for 1. Facing Molina 0 for 2. Having just faced Renteria 1 for 4. One ball and 1 strike. Hot one to third. Blake is right on top of it to get him. Nice play by Casey, particularly nice when you're sitting in the dugout all afternoon, and then you get a tough play when you finally get in the game. So Sandoval goes 0 for 4, and the Giant hitters Numbers 2, 3, and 4 have been completely shut down. They are 0 for 10 now amongst them. Molina struck out, fouled out, grounded out. He's had 111 plate appearances without a walk. You can't walk him. By the way, a note, Ryan Zimmerman, the third baseman for the Washington Nationals, has just extended his hitting streak to 28 games against Arizona. 1-1. Two down, seventh inning, 4-3 Dodgers. Randy Wynn on deck. I mean, if it's in the neighborhood, Benji's swinging. He's hitting .290. He's the one guy with any power. 7 home runs. 27 runs batted in. And skied foul off first, down the line, way back in. There you can see plate appearances without a walk. He's way out in front of Christian Guzman, Scott Posednik, and Jason Smith. Guzman is a terrific hitter, however. Benji's hitting only .250. Guzman hitting somewhere close to .300 at least. 2-2. Molina no doubt feels like he's supposed to hit one out. His high 19 in his career. Molina is 5'11", 225. He will be 35 in July. From Puerto Rico, and first came up with the Angels. He has 2 Gold Gloves. Brad Osmus behind the plate and now out at the mound has 3. If you go way back to 1965, talking about a catcher who won a Gold Glove, you look over to the Dodger dugout. Joe Torre won a Gold Glove as a catcher in '65. And a drive to center. Kemp is there. That's that. So Molina now 0 for 4, 112 without a walk. And boy, the Giants, you have Renteria 0 for 3, Sandoval and Molina each 0 for 4.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Giants, number 52, Brandon Meadows.
Dodgers lead 4-3. Tim Lincecum labored hard and long, but he goes out down by a buck. And with the Dodgers leading, Brandon Meadows comes out of the Giant bullpen to pick up. For Brandon, bottom of the 7th, he'll be facing Brad Osmus. Then remember, Casey Blake came in with Belisario, and Blake will bat 9th. So Brandon Meadows trying to keep it close. Osmus waiting on the plate. Meadows is from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Went to school at Mississippi State. And a strike to Osmus. Brandon, originally drafted by the Diamondbacks. He was a closer in college. 6'1", 195, 29. Fastball at the knees, 0-2. Brad Osmus spelling Russell Martin today. Fly to center and single to center. Brad 1 for 2. 4 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 4 hits for the Giants. 1-2 the count. Brandon Meadows, among other things, an accomplished guitarist. More alternative and classic rather than country. That'll do it for Osmus. 1 away. So it's a little bit of a surprise. You have a guy from Alabama who went to school at Mississippi State who's a guitar player, and it's not country. Alternative and classic. Casey Blake checking in. Good breaking ball, dips in for a strike. Casey Blake 0 for 3 in the past against Brandon Meadows. Fouled away. 0-2. When the Giants come up in the 8th inning, they are due to send up Randy Wynn, Aaron Rowan, and Emmanuel Burris. But of course, the big story, the Dodgers have completely shut down the first 4 hitters in the Giant lineup. Casey fouling it off. Dodgers trying to increase their lead on the Giants to 6.5, and the Giants trying to cut the lead to 4.5 and win 2 out of 3. Behind the Giants, San Diego 8.5 back, Arizona, Colorado 9.5 back at the start of the day. Ground ball to the hole. Renteria making the best play possible, but Casey beats it out. Great all-around effort by Edgar Renteria, but it was a virtually impossible play to make. But he tried. Fine played. Just couldn't get enough on the throw. So a single for Casey Blake, and that will bring up the fellow who's having a wonderful time in the last 2 games, Juan Pierre. Yesterday, 3 for 5, couple of doubles. Today, a walk, a single, a double, a stolen base. He has scored 3 times and made a dazzling catch of a ball hit by Sandoval in the 5th inning. So Pierre's been all over the place. Ball 1. What's he done against Brandon Meadows? 3 for 5 in the past. Blake at first, 1 out, 7th inning. Rafael Furcal on deck. That's a strike. Pierre using that pink bat. One ball and 1 strike. Blake cautious lead at first. Dodgers trying to finish up their longest homestand of the year by winning 9 of 11 and getting their home record to 15-2. Timed and whacked into left field. Juan Pierre in a zone comes up with his 3rd hit as he singles to left. Dodgers at first and second with 1 out, and Rafael Furcal coming up. So Pierre 6 hits in the 2 games. Up there, out there, and he just slapped it the other way. Furcal has grounded to short, singled and grounded out. So in the top 3 spots for the Dodgers, they have 5 hits, 3 runs scored, 3 driven in. In the top 4 spots in the Giant lineup, they have nothing. Zip. And a strike. Merkin Valdez, hard-throwing right-hander, gets up in the Giant bullpen. Furcal grounded to short, single to center, and struck out. So Blake at second, Pierre at first, 1 out. 4-3 Dodgers, light breeze blowing from left to right. Foul back out of play. Brandon Metters is 1-1, an ERA of just about 5. One of his problems, and it's always a big problem, more walks than strikeouts and more hits than innings pitched. In fact, that's a combination to ruin your career. So Benji talking to Metters. They have Furcal, no balls and 2 strikes. A very animated Matt Kemp talking to Xavier Paul. Oh, and 2 the count to Rafael Furcal. 1-2. And that's going to go down the line, slicing foul back into the crowd. Left-hand batters have been giving Metters a terrible time, so it was no accident that Pierre had a base hit. Left-handers were hitting over 500 against him when Furcal came up to bat. And Rafael foul tips it, but strikes out a second time. So 2 out, and the batter will be Orlando Hudson. Hit, throw, run, eat, drink, and celebrate under the lights at Dodger Stadium with Steve Garvey and Ron Say. Swing for the fences, take photos, get autographs from both Dodger greats. That'll be Monday, June the 15th. Space limited, so buy now at Dodgers.com/underthelights. Or give us a call, 323-224-2646. So Metters strikes out 2, trying to wiggle off the hook, and here's Orlando. Had a scoring fly ball to right, struck out and doubled to right. So he winds up going 1 for 2, and Orlando has given Lincecum a bad time anyway. 1 for 2 today. So Hudson is 7 for 15, close to 500 against Lincecum. Scoring fly ball in the first inning, and he doubled in Pierre in the 5th. Strike. 0-2 to Orlando with his pink shoelaces. Well, from the looks of things, Lincecum's pregame quote, we understand he had the pink on his shoes. If I win, I'll wear them all year. Well, he goes out losing, so he will not be wearing them. 0-2. Breaking ball. 1-2. That was in the dirt, so they put a new ball in play. Four runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers, 3 runs, 4 hits for the Giants. Giants will have Wynn, Rowand, and Burris coming up in the 8th inning. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Joe has Corey Wade heating up. So for the Dodgers, Weaver, then Troncoso, then Oman, then Belisario, and probably Wade. 1-2 to Orlando Hudson. Slap foul. Dodgers have a day off tomorrow, but it is an off the ground day. They will spend it flying to Philadelphia. Blake at second, Pierre at first, 2 out. Fouled away. And the crowd reacting to a nice catch up there. Clayton Kershaw talking to Russell Martin, and Kershaw will open up against Philadelphia, and he'll go against the former Dodger Chan Ho Park. Randy Wolf will appear in game 2, so they're shoulder to shoulder. 1-2 the count as Hudson waits. On deck, Andre Ethier. Ground ball to first. Aurelia will take it to the bag, and that's it. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. So at the end of 7, a big day for Juan Pierre, and the Dodgers lead 4-3. The 6th, here we go in the 8th. The moms and daughters, moms and sons, nice crowd on hand. In the 8th, Wynn, Rowand, and Burris, and then Aurelia. Wynn has walked and scored, fly to center, doubled and scored. 0-1. Randy hitting just .224. Giants have not had a lot of firepower at all. And of course, as we pointed out, they certainly don't have a lot of sock. One ball and one strike. Ronald Belisario, the fourth Dodger pitcher. Weaver, Troncoso, Ullman, Belisario. Wade in the pen. And then Wade has some company down there, Jonathan Broxton. One ball, two strikes. 2-2. The Giants did not score first today. Remember their record 13-0 if they score first. The Dodgers scored in the first inning. Giants were late, scored in the second. Nice pick, juggled, no play. Orlando just could not make the play, especially on a left-hand hitter. So Randy Wynn leads off with a base hit. He led off the second inning with a walk and scored. Led off the sixth inning with a double and scored. And now he leads off the eighth with a single. So Randy Wynn, the tying run. And that causes a big meeting. Aaron Rowand is coming up. Corey Wade, who was getting ready, is coming in. And just to give you an idea of what the numbers say, Corey Wade and Aaron Rowand. Rowand is 0 for 3, has struck out twice, and we'll be back. Here's the schedule upcoming now. The Dodgers leave on Monday. They'll go to Philadelphia and Florida. Then they'll be home starting on the 18th against the New York Mets for 3, a day off, and then the weekend series against the Angels. Then they go back out on the road to play Colorado and Chicago, coming home to play Arizona, Philadelphia, and San Diego. So make your plans, check the schedule, and we look forward to seeing you out here having some fun at Dodger Stadium. Corey Wade in his 9th game, and he'll be facing Aaron Rowand. Rowand 0 for 3, as we said in the past, against Corey. Randy Wynn, a knowledgeable base runner, and he is 4 for 4 in stolen bases. Rowand, you remember if you were with us, dropped a bunt down for a base hit in the second inning. Ball 1. Aaron Rowan hit as many as 24 home runs with the White Sox, 27 home runs with the Phils. But when he came to the Giants in AT&T Park last year, he hit 13. Aaron was originally drafted by the Mets, but he made a wise decision. He went to Cal State Fullerton and eventually became a first-round pick by the White Sox. And he hits one to right field. It's trapped by Ethier. So all of a sudden the Giants have runners at first and second and nobody out. And the batter will be Emmanuel Burris. So Rowan comes up with his second hit. Giants now 3 runs, 6 hits. 3 hits against Weaver, 1 against Troncoso, 1 against Belisario, and now this one against Wade. And here is Burris. Hit back to the box, single to center, single to right. Burris and Wade have never hooked up against each other. The Giants are 1 for 11 with runners in scoring position. That was the base hit by Burris that drove in Wynn back in the 6th. He bunts, foul. For Burris, he has bunted once this year. Bruce passing it to Flannery, who's passing it on now to Emmanuel Burris. At second, Randy Wynn. At first, Rowan. And that's a fair ball, and the play has to go to first, and too late. Emmanuel Burris beats the bunt. I'm not sure if Corey Wade had a little trouble with his first grip. It just seemed like it took a little longer than usual. It'll go as a bunt. There's the grip right there. And that was the difference. I mean, when you run as fast as Burris, that one little spin of the ball was the difference. So all of a sudden the bases are loaded, nobody out, and the veteran Rich Aurelia coming up. Aurelia, 38 years old in September, originally drafted out of St. John's University back east by the Rangers. Grew up in Brooklyn right near Coney Island. And a strike. Aurelia came off the bench to pinch hit for Ishikawa, and on the first pitch didn't have much of a swing and fouled out to Loney. So Bruce now has him up in a tough spot because Aurelia is struggling, hitting just 171. Nobody out, bases loaded, 4-3 Dodgers. Wynn, Rowan, and Burris on the lines. 1-1. For Aurelia, in his career, he has 3 grand slams. The last one he hit in September 6 years ago against the Rockies. Torrey, Honeycutt, and company sweating this one out. Wade, the 5th Dodger pitcher. 1-1. One and two. Rich just couldn't catch up to the fastball at 91. In his salad days, Aurelia one year had 37 home runs and 97 runs batted in for the Giants. That was back in 2001. Off the plate, 2-2. Aurelia that year, 2001, also had 200 hits. The only other Giants to do that, Willie Mays had 208, Barry Bonds had 200, and Rich Aurelia in 2001 had 206. Wow. 2-2. But 2001 is a long, long time ago. 1 out. Now Nate Shearholt's left-hand batter will come up and hit for Metters.
Your pinch, please, for the Giants. Pinch hitting, number 12, Nate Shearholt.
It's interesting to see a player coming to the end of his career. Aurelio was such a terror, such a valuable hitter. But this is 2009. So Shearholt's checking in. Bases still loaded, 1 out. And a strike. Shearholt's just really starting his career. No slams. Oh, and 1. Check swing, strike 2. Shearholt's born in Reno but lives up north in Danville. As a youngster, he was a minor league bat boy. Oh, and 2. Off the plate. Giants had the bases loaded. Nobody out. They are 1 for 12 with runners in scoring position. Breaking ball hit in the air to center. That's deep enough. Kemp has to go back to get it. Wynn will score. Rowan will go to third, and for good measure, Burris goes to second. So Shearholt's a long fly ball to drive in the tying run. And now with runners at second and third, the Dodgers have to contend with Fred Lewis. Boy, that ball really carried. Kemp wound up on the track. But you have to hit it away out there to have everybody advance. So Randy Wynn has scored 3 times today. And now here is Lewis. Walked, hit by a pitch, flied to left and struck out. 0 for 2. Ball 1. Aaron Rowand at third. Emmanuel Burris at second. Corey Wade, by the way, we always look it up. He has 1 wild pitch. So Nate Shearholt's hits it deep enough to score the tying run. And then put runners at second and third. That was a pretty good performance. Nate's been around. 25. Second round pick by the Giants 6 years ago. He came up 2 years ago and again last year. Usually when he winds up in the game, he's in right field. So Honeycutt talking to his pitcher Corey Wade in a 4-4 tie. Dodgers 4 runs, 8 hits. Giants 4 runs, 7 hits. Aaron Rowand at third. Emmanuel Burris at second with 2 out. Fred Lewis, the leadoff man, has only 2 runs batted in. That's a strike. So the more you see the Dodgers today, the more you realize the importance of Eric Stoltz yesterday, pitching a shutout, going the distance, not involving the bullpen. And if the bullpen isn't involved, it doesn't seem like a Dodger game. So Eric right now having won his 4th. It was a great game. No walks, 5 strikeouts, a 9-inning shutout. And now you can see the dividend. At least the bullpen had a day off. 1-2. And down goes Lewis. So the Giants have the bases loaded and nobody out, and the best they can do is come up with 1. So at the end of 7 1/2, a 4-4 tie. Today, he has scored 3 times, 3 of the 4 Giant runs, and he moves from right field to left field. Nate Shearholtz, who came up with that long fly ball to center to get the tying run home, stays in the game in right field. And you put the new pitcher, Jeremy Affeldt, in Fred Lewis' spot. So the Dodger theme song this year playing in the background, Don't Stop Believin'. And here is Affeldt. He'll be facing Ethier, Loney, and then the pitcher spot. Paid attendance today on this Mother's Day, 37,529. 37,529. Affeldt, who appeared Friday night, worked a little more than an inning. Nothing else but a walk. Now ball 3, so they bring him in and gets left-hand pitching, and he immediately falls behind 3-0. Jeremy, originally drafted by the Royals 12 years ago, passing up a scholarship to go to Gonzaga University in Spokane. A strike. Ethier looking for a break. He is 0 for 3 today. He was 0 for 5 yesterday to go 0 for 8. And in the first game in the series, check swing. He was 1 for 4 and now gets a big walk. So Affeldt walks Ethier, and now James Loney coming up. 4-4 tie. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Giants. Loney is grounded to short, struck out, flied to center. And in checking his work against Affeldt, Loney is 2 for 5 with a home run. I'm sure they both remember it. Big roundhouse curveball for a strike. Affeld is 6'4". Checks in at about 220. Loney checking with Boa. Ethier short lead at first. Way outside with that breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. It's been Lincecum, Metters, and Affeld. And for the Dodgers, the parade continues. Weaver, Troncoso, Ullman, Belisario, and Wade. And we still have the 9th inning. Loney a long look at Larry Boa. Fastball. Benji takes a shot at first. Not in time. On that throw to first, and it's often been pointed out, Aurelia tried to make the tag swinging to foul ground. And I remember Branch Rickey, who was such a student of the game, and he said you will never tag a man starting the tag from foul ground like that. Only if the tag is made in fair ground. And you know what? It's held up. Good throws are bad. Big bouncer. Aurelia gets one. The tag down there. Did he make the tag? Yes. Double play. Once Aurelia landed on the bag, that took the force away. So no sooner we're talking about a tag, Aurelia turns it double play. 3-6. There's the tag on the knee, but the second base umpire, Sam Holbrook, wanted to make sure that Renteria was holding on to the ball. He kind of rolled over, and where's the ball? Come on, show it. And he found it. Big play by Rich to go up the ladder to handle that high bouncer. So now Xavier Paul is coming up to bat for Wade, and Righetti reminding Affeld how they want him to pitch. Xavier Paul. Paul followed by Matt Kemp. Xavier Paul just recently called up. Left-hand hitter. With the bases empty, 2 down in the 8th. To look ahead, when the Giants come up in the 9th, they'll have Renteria, Sandoval, and Molina, the heart of their lineup. Xavier Paul, a kid out of Slidell, Louisiana, right outside of New Orleans. And ball 1. He was having a solid year at Albuquerque. He was hitting .344 when they called him up. He had committed to go to school at Tulane, but the Dodgers talked him out of going. Here he is. Fastball strike, 1-1. There's another Paul. That would be Matt Paul, who is an outfielder in the Dodger organization. 1-1 the count. Off the plate. 4-4, bottom of the 8th. One thing for the Dodgers, of course, victories are precious anywhere, but they know when they go out on the road, they're break even. They are 8-8 on the road, and a trip front and center. Fastball hit up the middle. So Xavier Paul grounding a single, and that would be his first major league hit. So they will get the ball and flip it to the dugout. The guys in the dugout are saying, let me have it. Let me have it. And Burris says, okay, and flips it over there. So welcome to the big leagues to Xavier Paul. 24-year-old out of Louisiana. And they'll go to the bullpen to bring in Merkin Valdez. One other thought. Paul runs very well, stole as many as 22 in the minors. We'll see if that plays in the picture, and we'll be back.
There she was, just walking down the street singing.
Merkin Valdez will be called in from the Giant bullpen. And although Valdez has been reasonably successful, he does not have what they call a clean inning. He's at least allowed one hit or at least a walk in all 8 games, so he pitches out of his stretch a lot. And of course he's inherited that as he faces Matt Kemp. So Xavier Paula runs very well, and Kemp at the plate. Valdez had Tommy John surgery just 2 years ago. Kemp, meanwhile, is 0 for 3. And there goes Paul. And the throw by Molina is down there waiting for him. Wow. You talk about a quick release and an accurate throw. That's a Gold Glove behind the plate. And I mean, did he ever welcome Xavier Paul to the big leagues? Look at this. Right there. Bullpen to be their 6th pitcher. Big John comes in with a 3-0 record, an earned run average of .6, and the strikeout to walk ratio 26-4. Edgar Renteria, Pablo Sandoval, and Benji Molina in that order. And checking Jonathan Broxton against the fellas he will face. Renteria 2 for 3. Sandoval 1 for 1. And Molina 3 for 11. 4-4 in the ninth. And a strike. Starts him with a slider. Renteria popped up and walked, rounded out and struck out. Edgar 0 for 3, hitting .248. And a drive to center. Kemp going back. So Renteria, a fly ball to lead off the ninth. 1 away. Say, friends, you know you can create your own Dodgers collectible using your favorite photos at the photo store on Dodgers.com. In 3 easy steps, you can make your very own Dodgers memory. Go to Dodgers.com today. Now the batter is Sandoval. 3 ground balls, and he hit 1 ball to left. Juan Pierre made a great catch running to the wall. A strike. Oh, and 1. Well, Broxton throws hard. 0-2 the count. Talked about throwing hard. Another hard thrower gets up in the Giant bullpen, and that would be Brian Wilson. 0-2 to Sandoval. Ball 1. Sandoval grounded to second, grounded to first, grounded to third, and then the long out to left field. Good young hitter. Fouled away. Sandoval has struggled on the trip for the Giants. 0 for 4 today. Though he's hitting just .200, 4 for 20. Had been one of the Giants' hottest hitter. He had hit in 10 out of 12. A lot of extra base hits. But he's gotten a chill of late. 1-2. Foul back. So Jonathan Broxton working on one of those handle with care hitters. Sandoval with 2 home runs. Renteria has 2. Rowand has 2. Sandoval has 2. Wynn has 2 home runs. So not many. And a foul ball out of play. That slider really tied him up in knots. He didn't have much of a swing on that thing. 1-2 the count. Watch this. He's going to run inside. He tries to go around and couldn't extend. Couldn't do much at all. But he can. 1-2 to Pablo. fastball down and away. A lot of umpiring in the stands trying to help out Charlie Relaford. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Interesting about Broxton against left-hand hitters. Left-hand batters are 0 for 23 against him. 0 for 24. Wow. And it was another slider. I think Sandoval will have to be around the league a little longer to handle that hard slider from Broxton. Amazing left-hand hitters just can't hit him. So here is Benji Molina. Molina is 0 for 4. He's had 112 plate appearances without a walk. Boy, that's a rarity, taking a strike, but he took the slider. 1 minute it looked up and in, next minute in the zone. Benji is the power hitter on the club. He has 7. Little ground ball to third. Casey Blake cranks her up. So the top of the Giant lineup has not been heard from. And now Matt Kemp, followed by Brad Osmus and Casey Blake. Jeff Weaver made 76 pitches. The Dodger bullpen has made 64 pitches. And we go to the bottom of the ninth, 4-4. It'll be Matt Kemp, Brad Osmus, and Casey Blake. You remember Kemp was coming up to hit, and Xavier Paul was thrown out trying to steal. 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Giants. Lincecum, followed by Metters, Affeldt, and now Merkin Valdez. Valdez came in, and the Dodgers wound up getting the double play, and then Paul being nailed trying to steal. Kemp 0 for 3. Matt hitting .280, 4 home runs, 23 runs batted in. Ball 1. To repeat what we said a little while ago, Valdez has not had a 1-2-3 inning so far this year. Had Tommy John surgery in 2006. Merkin is from the Dominican Republic. He's big, 6'4", 230. One and one. And looking again to see what Matt Kemp has done against Valdez as Casey Blake takes a look. Kemp is 0 for 2 against him. Throws hard, hit 97 on the gun with that fastball. When the Giants got him, they traded Russ Ortiz to the Braves and acquired Manuel Mateo. And Manuel Mateo wound up being Merkin Valdez. Had used a neighbor's name because the neighbor was 9 months younger. Shot up the middle, but that's exactly where Burris is stationed. One away. So the batter now will be Brad Osmus. Line to center, single to center, and struck out. 1 for 3 with Casey Blake batting ninth on deck. Osmus, who plays about once a week, has certainly done a great job when called upon. Brad hitting .421. Osmus has not faced Merkin Valdez. Fouled away. 37,529. Celebrating Mother's Day here in the ballpark. Beautiful summer's day. It was 73 when the game started. Warmed up a little bit after the early morning fog, which I understand was a very good thing for the Santa Barbara area. Another foul ball, 0-2. Four runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 7 hits, 2 errors for the Giants. One and two. Giants in the so-called rubber games, the deciding game of a 3-game series, they're 4-0. And that's pop foul off to the right. That'll be out of play. Giants will go home following this game. They have a 7-game homestand against Washington and then the Mets. One and two to Brad Osmus. Two and two. Casey Blake waiting on deck. You get a lot from Valdez. Fastball, slider, curve, changeup. Osmus going through all the pitches mentally. Two and two. And ball 3. This Tommy John surgery was done the end of September of '06. So he has certainly not been far from it. 3 and 2. And Osmus, I think, maybe twisted an ankle on that swing. Something happened. Maybe the ball got a little bit of him. Yep. So he's still there. 3-2 the count as Torrey watches. Brad, no doubt, asking the old question under the circumstances: did I swing at a strike? And got him. Merkin in the high 90s hits the outside part of the plate. 2 down in the 9th inning, and Casey Blake coming up. Brad thought it was outside for ball 4. Charlie Relaford brings him up. So now let's see, will Merkin finally have a 1-2-3 inning? Casey standing in the way, and ball 1. Blake came in a double switch, had an infield single, batted 9th. To repeat, if we go to the 10th inning, the Giants will have Randy Wynn, Aaron Rowand, and Emmanuel Burris. And from the looks of things, Jonathan Broxton. That's a strike. Broxton made 12 pitches in the 9th inning. There's no one throwing in the Dodger bullpen, so it looks like Big John will go to the mound for the 10th unless Blake can do something with Juan Pierre on deck. Ball 2. Dodgers have only gotten 2 walks today. Boy, no finesse here. I mean, Merkin is just letting it fly, and Casey is swinging for the heels, and those fastballs are in the middle to high 90s. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 out, 9th inning in a 4-4 tie. Hit down the line, foul, back into the crowd. 37,529. Don't forget, Dodgers home Monday night, the 18th, against the New York Mets. 3 with the Mets and the weekend with the Angels. Dodgers will have come home from 6 games in Philadelphia and Florida. 2-2 to Casey Blake. Ground ball hard by the diving third baseman Sandoval. So Blake hanging tough. All those mid-90s fastball. The one that he hit was clocked at 97. So again, for one reason or another, Merkin Valdez has not been able to have a 1-2-3 inning. And now Juan Pierre coming up. Pierre coming off a 3-hit game yesterday, and he has a 3-hit game and a walk today, plus a stolen base, and Juan has scored 3 times, plus making that fine defensive play on the ball hit by Sandoval back in the 5th inning. Oh, and 1. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Giants. Blake over there at first. Casey has not been involved in a stolen base. 1-1. Waiting on deck, Andre Ethier. Dodgers have won 5 of 8 from the Giants. Having enjoyed a great homestand, they've won 8 out of 10. 1-1. And a drive into the gap in right center. Aaron Rowan makes another splendid play. Aaron Rowan has caught up several throughout the series. He and Matt Kemp have put on a defensive show. Second time he's had to leave his feet to make a catch, and he does. So he robs Ausmus and Blake, and we head for the 10th, 4-4. The pass for the Giants. They're in their 4th extra inning game. They've won 2 out of 3. The 2 wins are up at AT&T Park. For the Dodgers in their extra inning adventures, they have only had 1, and they won that one. So this is the Dodgers' 2nd extra inning game. And for Jonathan Broxton, he is asked to pitch 2 innings. Randy Wynn with ball 1 has walked and scored, flied to center, doubled and scored, singled and scored. So Wynn and Pierre have each scored 3 times in the game. Fouled away. On deck, Aaron Rowan. And Rowan has made a couple of great diving catches, fully extended, diving parallel to the ground, and then somehow or other getting the glove on the ball. One and one. Ball 2. The thing about Rowan leaving his feet with 2 out, if Aaron doesn't make that catch, Blake, pretty good chance of scoring to win the game. KC stymied like every other Dodger when Rowan held on to it. 2-1. And that's line to left. Here comes Pierre. So Randy Wynn lines out, 1 down, and Aaron Rowan coming up. Rowan bunted for a base hit, and that led to a 2-run 2nd inning. Then he struck out twice, and then in the 8th inning, single to right. And that set up the tying run. Giants had the bases loaded in the 8th inning with nobody out, and got 1 to get even. Ball 1. Two years ago, Aaron Rowan won a Gold Glove, and you ever wonder why? Just had to watch him in this series. Good slider. Rowan against Broxton. 3 for 8. Fastball. Rowan has had as much success, in fact more so, than really any other Giant hitter against Broxton. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Two and two. Weaver started, went 5 innings plus, then Troncoso, Ullman, Belisario, Wade, and Broxton. In the Dodger bullpen, you have James McDonald and the left-hander Brent Leach and Guillermo Mota. Fouled away. Giants scored 2 in the first. Dodgers came back with 1 in the second. So the fact that the Giants scored with the 2 in the second inning, actually, they take an inning down on the scoreboard. So the Dodgers actually scored first today, and that's a key to Giants' success of late. Giants 13-0 in games where they score first. Holding as a splitter, 2 and 2. And something in his eye as Rowan strikes out. Didn't even bother trying to go to first. So 2 out in the 10th inning in a 4-4 tie. Slider in the dirt, so Rowan badly fooled. But of course, if you have something in your eye and you're facing Jonathan Broxton, wow. So 2 out in the 10th, and Emmanuel Burris hit back to the box, single to center, single to right. Single last time up in the 8th inning. That was that ball that Wade had a little trouble gripping and then threw too late. 1 ball and no strikes to Emmanuel Burris. So he's had a big day today with 3 hits. And a little soft line drive caught by Furcal. All right, we're heading to the bottom of the 10th. Furcal, Hudson, and Ethier in a 4-4 tie. Giants make a couple of changes. Eugenio Velez takes over in left field. Randy Wynn will now have played all three outfield positions. He moves to center. And Bobby Howry coming out of the Giant bullpen. Howry's had some pretty good outings despite the 0-2 record. He worked 2 innings Monday against the Cubs, has been unscored upon in his last 3 appearances. Back on the 15th of April, he lost here. In fact, both of his losses have come against the Dodgers, one here, one there. And Rafael Furcal will start it off against Bobby Howry. Furcal today, 1 hit, struck out twice, 1 for 4. Shows bunt, bunts it in the air. It's going to drop foul. 0-1 the count. Bobby Howry has been around. He was originally signed by the Giants in 1994. He's out of Arizona, went to McNeese State. Finally made it to the big leagues in '98 with the White Sox. Spent 5 years with the White Sox, then the Red Sox, then 2 years with the Indians, 3 years with the Cubs. Fastball hit to center. Wynn goes back, makes the play. So Randy started in right, then moved over to left, and now finishes in center. 1 down. Rafael Furcal goes 1 for 5. And Orlando Hudson coming up. Let's see about Bobby Howry. Furcal was 0 for 4, now 0 for 5. Orlando Hudson has hit him. Orlando 4 for 7 in the past against Howry. Today, Orlando is 1 for 3 with 2 runs batted in. He had a scoring fly ball and a double. Hudson has 12 doubles, 2 triples, and 3 home runs. Two and 0 the count. On deck, Andre Ethier. Howry will be 36 in August. Fastball, a towering fly ball, but that's all it is. That thing was up there, and now it's in Wynn's glove. So 2 down in the 10th, and Andre Ethier. Ethier, the hungriest of the Dodgers, 0 for 3, walked his last at bat. Ethier 0 for 5 yesterday, so that would make him 0 for 8. And he had his last 2 at bats were outs in the first game, so 0 for his last 10 at bats. Fastball, but sinks low. Ball 1. 1-0. Four, bottom of the 10th, 2 out, bases empty. Check swing for a foul tip strike. Howry 0-2 against the Dodgers this year. Ball 2. Waiting on deck, James Loney. 3. Bobby Howry apparently enamored of bull riding, but of course he doesn't ride the bulls, but he likes to watch it. He has a bull tattooed on his body. Now he's got the bull by the horns. 3-1 count to Andre Ethier. 3-2. They had a picture of some bull in the paper the other day at a rodeo. No one has been able to ride him. And to ride the bull, you have to stay on him 8 seconds. That's all. And no one's been able to do it. 3-2 to Andre. And a drive to left center. Wind started in, but it comes to him. So he gets them all in center field. And we're heading for the 11th in a 4-4 tie. He will be their 7th pitcher. So it's been Weaver, Troncoso, Ullman, Belisario, Wade, Broxton, and McDonald. And by the way, Jonathan Broxton made 24 pitches in his 2 innings. So McDonald comes in, which leaves the left-hander Brent Leach and the right-hander Guillermo Mota in the Dodger bullpen. And McDonald will be facing the veteran Rich Aurelia, then Nate Shearholz, and then the pitcher spot. Rich Aurelia came in as a pinch hitter in the 6th inning and fouled out, and then struck out with the bases loaded and nobody out in the 8th inning. The Rich hitting a $167. 1 ball and no strikes. McDonald in his 8th game, an earned run average almost 8. As many hits as innings pitched. Fouled away. And a tough combination for a young pitcher. As many hits as innings pitched. More walks than strikeouts. And that's going down foul into the right field corner. 1-2 the count to Aurelia. Rich made a huge play in the 8th inning on a ball hit by Loney. Big high bouncer heading for right field. Aurelia went up the ladder, gloved it, stepped on the bag, and threw down to second base to make the double play. 2-2 the count. That was a huge play. because then Xavier Paul came off the bench and singled for his first major league hit. 2-2. Ground ball to short for call. One out in the 11th, and Nate Shearholt's coming up.
Right fielder, Nate Shearholtz.
Shearholtz came up as a pinch hitter in the 8th inning with the bases loaded and 1 out. Hit a ball deep enough to center to Matt Kemp to score Wynn, and Rowan and Burris each moved up a base, but the Giants left them. And ball 1. Nate Shearholtz just checking his hands to see if he's changed any. He never wears batting gloves, but he has them on now. He used to wear batting gloves in batting practice and take them off for the game. 1-2. Still 1-2. James McDonald coming out of the bullpen. The Dodgers have used 6 relievers. And a fly ball to right field. Ethier has to come in to get it. It sounded out there, I guess, that Shearholtz had hit it harder than it really was. So 2 down in the 11th inning. Eugenio Velez, who is now hitting in the leadoff spot. Since last year, and it's beginning to be an albatross around the necks of the Giants. Since last year, when the Giants allow 4 runs or more, their record 19 wins and 89 losses. A tough spot for Bruce Bochy, but he has been through it many times since last year. 0-1. Look out. And it got him. So Velez will be hit by the pitch, and that'll bring up Renteria. Fred Lewis was hit by the pitch way back in the 2nd inning. We were talking all day today about the top of the Giant lineup. The first 4 hitters really struggling without a hit. And if you go back to yesterday, the Giant hitters 1 through 4 are 1 for 33. Renteria is 0 for 4. A lot of offers up there. Lewis 0 for 3. Renteria 0 for 4. Sandoval 0 for 5. And Molina 0 for 5. Benji just becoming a spectator for the moment. Ball 1. Eugenio Velez over there at first base does not have a stolen base. And ball 2. 4 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Giants. Two and 0. and line to left. Pierre will have to play it on a bounce. So with 2 out, Velez hit by a pitch. Renteria singles, and the batter will be Sandoval. So the first hit from the top 4 in the Giant lineup, and it comes in the 11th inning. So a go-ahead run in Velez at second, and Pablo Sandoval the batter. He is grounded out twice, fly deep to left. Pierre made a wonderful catch, grounded out to third, struck out. So Pablo 0 for 5, hitting .284. Sandoval, among his other talents, you know, they have him playing third, they have him catching, they're talking about him playing first base. He's ambidextrous. They say he can throw equally well from either hand. Check swing, but it's going to cost a strike. That thing was up around his eyes. So he is a switch hitter and a switch thrower. Velez at second. Sandoval would appear to be just swinging blindly. He struck out in the 9th inning. That pitch was way outside, and the first pitch was up around the eyes. 0-2. Boy, he is hacking. Giant hitters 1 through 4 are 2 for 34 now, with the base hit by Renteria. Sandoval is a little bit like Molina. He just refuses to let you walk him. Ball 1. Molina yet to get a walk, and he's had 113 plate appearances. Sandoval 109, and he's walked 4 times. So the numbers 3 and 4 hitters in the Giant lineup are very, very busy hacking away. Little ground ball, and it is fielded by Hudson to make the play, and that's it. So no runs, 1 hit. Giants lead 2. We're heading for the bottom of the 11th. Loney, McDonald, and Kemp. We have reached the bottom of the 11th inning in a 4-4 tie. The Dodgers have left 6 men on. The Giants have left 11. And Bob Howery, who came in to pitch the 10th inning, will now go to work in the 11th. Coming up for the Dodgers, it'll be James Loney to start it off. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Guillermo Mota begins to loosen up. Juan Castro comes out on deck. Fouled away. 0-1. So it'll be Loney, Castro, and Kemp. Castro had a good day yesterday. He went 3 for 4. 0-1 to count. 1-1. Loney today grounded to short and struck out, flied to center, and bounced into a double play. That's when Aurelia made a fine play back in the 8th inning. 1-1 to James. I'm sure other relatives are here, but we did see James Loney's mom here before the game, dressed in pink. Two balls, 1 strike. And a strike that evens it up 2-2. Light breeze blowing from left to right, favoring the left-hand hitter. Just a zephyr. And hit in the air to left field, but Velez is there. So Loney a fly ball to left, 1 down. Now Castro will be called back, and Russell Martin is going to come up and bat. Martin might very well bat and stay in the game. Osmus catching 10. Martin, who was off to a very slow start, has now been red hot. Martin hasn't done much coming off the bench, but to give you an idea, on this homestand, he's batting .429. Last 4 games, he's gone 8 for 12. Right. 0-1. Russell reached base 8 games in a row. 1 out in the 11th. 4-4. One ball and 1 strike. Ball game is almost 4 hours now, so there's a distinct thought that it might go on until Father's Day. We'll see. Little slider off the plate, ball 2. 2-1 to Martin with Matt Kemp on deck. Whoa, that was reducing the game to its fundamentals. Howery throwing as hard as he can. Martin swung as hard as he could. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Howery, 11 innings, had 10 strikeouts. Dodgers have had 5 consecutive fly ball outs. Ball 3. Started with Pierre in the 9th inning being robbed on that diving catch by Rowan. Then there were 3 consecutive fly balls to Randy Wynn by Furcal, Hudson, and Ethier. And then Loney led off the 11th with a fly ball. Now 3-2 to Russell Martin. And that's popped up, might be playable, and it's O'Reilly. So Martin fouls out to the Giant first baseman. 2 out in the 11th inning, and Matt Kemp coming up.
Number 27, Matt Kemp.
Matt Kemp is 0 for 4. So the Offers in the Dodger lineup. Andre Ethier is 0 for 4. James Loney is 0 for 5. And Matt Kemp 0 for 4. So that trio 0 for 13 today. Ball 1. Giants use Lincecum, then Metters, Affeldt, Valdez, and Howery. The Dodgers Weaver, Troncoso, Ullman, Belisario, Wade, Broxton, and McDonald, with Broxton pitching 2 innings today. 2-0 the count to Matt Kemp. On deck, Brad Osmus. In the Dodger dugout, they have 1 pinch hitter left. That would be Juan Castro. 2-0. Two and 1. Howery throws 91. Another fastball and another strike. Matt didn't think so. 2-2 the count. Ball 3. Lattice work of shadows right behind home plate from the light towers, and you can see the triangle of shadow working its way out towards home plate. Wind blowing out to right. 3-2. Foul tip to the screen. These players along the way, starting in the bottom rung of the minor leagues, they play in every possible weather conditions, and of course the lights in the lower minors are not good at all. So they have been accustomed to all kinds of things down there on that field. 3-2. And a drive to right, but playable. Shearholtz is there. And so we have 11 innings in the books, and it's still a 4-4 tie. of the day. Total pitches in the game 368 so far. 4 hours and 4 minutes, and the last run was scored 3:55 p.m. That would be on the fly ball by Nate Shearholtz back in the 8th inning. So into the 12th inning we go. Guillermo Mota will be pitching to Benji Molina, Randy Wynn, and Aaron Rowand. Guillermo Mota, as he comes out of the bullpen with a record of 2-0, but an ERA over 6. More hits than innings pitched, and more walks than strikeouts. So 2 managers who have been wheeling and dealing, and now here they are still locked in the 12th inning, and Joe Torre and Bruce Bochy trying to figure out a way to get out of it. And Benji Molina, he who does not walk, at the plate, and promptly bangs it into right field, base hit. So Molina, who was 0 for 5, singles to right. That is the second hit from the top 4, and he's going to go out for Steve Holm, who's a backup catcher. Holm will run and then stay in behind the plate.
Attention, please. Pinch running for the Giants, number 20, Steve Holm.
So with Holm at first, nobody out, you have Wynn, Rowand, and Burris. In fact, forget Rowand. Velez in the game, so it's Wynn to come up. 4-4 in the 12th. Randy has played all 3 outfield positions. Juan Uribe comes out on deck. Wynn has walked and flied to center, double to right, singled up the middle, and lined out to left. And that's going to be a base hit to left field. So back-to-back singles by Molina and Wynn. And for Randy Wynn, that would be his 3rd hit. And now Juan Uribe will be coming up to hit, and down in the Giant bullpen, Brian Wilson would begin to heat up.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Giants, number 5, Juan Uribe.
2 on, nobody out. Mota in trouble. Brad Ausmus going out to talk to the pitcher. The Dodgers look bunt. You have Rich Aurelia, Emmanuel Burris, then Aurelia and Shearholtz. Well, we'll see if Uribe obliges and gets that bunt down. Uribe does not have a sacrifice. From the Dominican Republic, Loney well in on the grass. Blake playing caddy corner at 3rd. The bunt is down. The play by Mota is to 3rd, and what? He got him anyway. Nice save by Blake, as he was able to glove it and stay on the bag barely. So Uribe bunts into a force play. 1 out. Casey Blake doing a good job of first saving the throw and keeping that foot on the bag. So Emmanuel Burris and then Aurelia. Giants back in the 8th inning have the bases loaded and nobody out, and we're fortunate to get 1. Now they have 1st and 2nd with nobody out, and they have the out at 3rd, so 1st and 2nd with 1 out. Ball 1. Burris hit back to the box, singled 3 times, and lined out to short. Burris 3 for 5. At second base, and at first. 1-1. Win at second, Uribe at first. Burris has had a big road trip. He was 9 for 20 coming in here, and he has 3 more hits. Pickoff play, not in time. Four runs, 10 hits, 2 errors for the Giants. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Dodgers. We're in the top of the 12th. Chased a fastball. He's angry at himself. That was off the plate. The 1-2, the count to Burris. Crowd of 37,529. Quite a few folks have decided to get home for dinner. 1-2. Just did get a little bit of that. Emmanuel Burris battling Guillermo Mota. Two on, Wynn and Uribe out there. Burris, who went to school at Kent State. Two and two, the count. And fouled away again. Burris is from Washington, D.C. Attended Wilson High School back there. And according to the Washington Post, when the Giants took Burris, he became the first player from a public high school in Washington, D.C. to be drafted since 1989. He has Wynn at second, Uribe at first, 1 out. Breaking ball whacked into left field. They will hold him. He rounds third, and now does he get back? Barely. Casey Blake feeding for call, and Wynn just did get under the tag. So Burris, a left-hand batter, so that meant Juan Pierre had a shorter throw to make. And the bases are loaded with 1 out. Pierre got it to Blake. He fed for call, but not in time to get Wynn. So Joe Torre goes out to the mound. Rich Aurelia will be the batter. Giants everywhere. Wynn, Uribe, and Burris. Guillermo Mota, in looking back with his battles with Aurelia. Aurelia is just 2 for 16 against Mota. Rich has fouled out since he came in as a pinch hitter. Fouled out, struck out, grounded out. So the Dodgers bring up the corners. The double play combination is about halfway. By the way, the Giants now are 3 for 17 with runners in scoring position, and Emmanuel Burris has all 3 of the hits. Ball 1. So Mota in a jam. Dodgers got a force play at third on a bunt. The Giants have still loaded the bases. And ball 2, so all the pressure now on Guillermo Mota. And remember, we told you when Mota came in, he had walked more than he had struck out. And he is really in a mess now. Wynn, Uribe, and Burris all out there, 1 out, 2-0 the count. And a high fly ball to left center field. All the runners tag. Kemp for the catch. Scoring is Wynn, and then on a strong throw, the others hold up. So the Giants take the lead 5-4. Dodgers led 1-0. Giants led 2-1. Dodgers tied it up 2-2. Dodgers led 4-2. And eventually, Giants had it 4-4, now 5-4. And the batter, Nate Shearholtz. Randy Wynn has really been busy today. Randy Wynn has played all 3 outfield positions, and he has scored 4 of the 5 runs. Randy's been everywhere, and he usually is in the thick of things, especially against the Dodgers. Brian Wilson in the pen, a little roller to the right side. The only play is to first, and that will be that, but not before the Giants get a go-ahead run. And we're heading for the bottom of the 12th. Giants 5, Dodgers 4. Enter Mr. Wilson. Behind the plate. Rich Aurelia had the scoring fly ball. That's the difference right now. And for Brian Wilson, he'll be facing Brad Ausmus, Casey Blake, and Juan Pierre. So we'll check. Ausmus has not faced Wilson. And a strike. 0-1. Brian Wilson, the ace of the staff, coming in to try and close it up. He has 7 saves. He is 1-0 with an ERA of 3. His strikeout to walk ratio is almost 3-1, 17-6. 1 ball and 1 strike. One other thing with Wilson, fewer hits than innings pitched. So it's in direct contrast to Guillermo Mota. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ausmus is 1 for 4. Fouled away. Dodgers used Martin earlier, in case you weren't with us. In fact, the only position player available to the Dodgers is Juan Castro. The only pitcher would be Brent Leach unless you get into starting pitchers. One ball and 2 strikes. Woo. Fastball in at the knuckles. 2-2. And he hits 97. Wilson, a workhorse, has appeared in 15 of the Giants' 30 games. Got him. Fastball at the knees. That'll do it for Brad. 1 out in the 12th inning.
Third baseman, Casey Blake.
And that'll bring up Casey Blake. So for Wilson to come in and pick up a strikeout, now he is 3-1. 6 walks, 18 strikeouts. Blake is 2 for 2. Single to short and single to left. Ball 2. Blake made a good play on that wide throw on the Uribe bunt. Two and 0. And that's hit down the line in the corner. Hitting fair. Home run to tie it up. Would you believe? Casey Blake hits it inside the left field foul pole just far enough, and the Dodgers get off the floor, and it's 5-5. For Wilson, that would be only the second home run that he has allowed this year. Right down in the corner, back in about 4 rows. The last home run by Casey Blake was against Barry Zito on the 27th of April, and that's a strike to Juan Pierre. So Casey Blake's 6th home run of the year, and we're back to square one. 1-1. Five runs, 11 hits, and no errors for the Dodgers. 5 runs, 11 hits, 2 errors for the Giants. And a drive to center, going back deep is Wynn to pick it off on the track. So Juan Pierre, who had 3 hits and scored 3 times today, goes out to deep center. And the batter is Rafael Furcal. So Guillermo Mota is off the hook. And it's 5-5. Big chopper to third. Sandoval over the first. However, the Dodgers get even. A soft fly ball down the line, good enough for a home run by Casey Blake. And at the end Brian Wilson sitting in the Giant dugout, and a somewhat elated Casey Blake loosening up over at third. Blake's home run ties it up 5-5, and we go to the 13th inning. Joe Torre talked to the plate umpire, Charlie Relaford. Then Charlie went over and talked to Bruce Bochy. The other three umpires had a little meeting behind second base. Our first guess was that they were talking about putting the lights on. The field right across the mound going out to left field in shade, but the rest of the field in sunlight. There's a big patch of shadows out there in center field. Now the plate umpire Charlie Relaford is talking to Larry Vanover, and Guillermo Mota continues to warm up. Charlie Relaford is the crew chief, and now, among other things, we're waiting for Brad Osmus to get behind the plate. Charlie's had 20 years in the big leagues. He went to University of Kentucky and Ohio University. He's accustomed to being behind the plate. He was a catcher in high school. And with the delay, I'm wondering if that's not why, waiting for the lights to come on. 13th inning, 5-5. Eugenio Velez coming up. He will lead it off in this 13th. Well, no lights have come on. They've taken plenty of time. And now here's Velez, hit by a pitch in the 11th inning. So Mota off the hook after giving up 3 hits and a scoring fly ball. Ground ball to Blake. And just like that, one away. Edgar Renteria will be coming up. Renteria popped up and walked, grounded out, struck out, flied out, and singled. 1 for 5. Ball 1. Renteria had a base hit in the 11th inning, but Sandoval made the last out. One ball and 1 strike. Ball 2. Must be a little tough, especially now. The pitcher is in sunlight, but as he goes into his windup and delivers, he steps into shade. The only position player left for either team is Juan Castro. Everybody else used up. 3-1 the count to Edgar Renteria. And a strike. 3-2. And a slow ground ball right at the bag. It's a fair ball, and he's safe at first. Right at the bag. Dan Iasano is in a perfect position to call it, directly behind Casey Blake. So that'll be a 1-out single for Renteria on that high chopper. Call was made immediately. So Renteria gets his second hit. That's hit number 4 of Mota, and it brings up Pablo Sandoval, and he has had a long day, 0 for 6, and at times Sandoval appeared to be just swinging at anything in the neighborhood. On deck, remember, Benji Molina got a base hit and gave way to the runner Steve Holmes, so he's out on deck. Ball 1. Sandoval hit one ball right on the button. That was back in the 5th inning. He sent Juan Pierre to the wall. Renteria at first, 1 out. Fouled away. Renteria has 1 stolen base, but he's been caught twice. Sandoval looking down to see if there might be play on. Fine hitter, and he has struck out a total of 16 times. Good young hitter. 1-1 to Pablo. Off the plate. 2-1 to count to Sandoval. So Mota in an inning and a third has given up 4 hits and 1 run. Renteria short lead at first. Check swing. Boy, it's a battle for Sandoval not to swing. I'm telling you, talk about fighting yourself. He was just able to hold back. That was a sizable effort. 3-1 to Pablo. There goes the runner on ball 4. So now the Giants have 2 on, 1 out, and the backup catcher Steve Holm coming up. Steve Holm has only been in 2 games. He's only had 4 at bats, and he is 1 for 4. So he is rarely used, but of course in this game everybody plays. Steve is from Sacramento, went to school at Oral Roberts in Tulsa, Oklahoma. So 2 on, 1 out, Holm with Randy Wynn on deck. And ball 1. So Mota really struggling in an inning and a third. 4 hits and a walk, but only 1 run. Benji Molina went 1 for 6. That's going foul. Way long time ago, Tim Lincecum was out on the mound at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Now it's 5:45. He went 6. He's back in the dugout. 1-1. Ground ball to short for Colt. Stumble, double clutches, and everybody is safe. Sandoval just did hang on to the bag. So Rafael had a tough time. First stumbling, and then he couldn't get a grip. There's the stumble right there, and then there's the double clutch, and by the time he got it there, Sandoval was into the bag and holding on for dear life with Hudson on top of him. So it'll be a fielder's choice. The bases are loaded, or will it be a base hit? They're going to assume no play, and they give Holm a single to short. So bases loaded, 1 out. Dodgers must play the infield in. And of all the people, the very, very busy Randy Wynn coming up. Randy Wynn today walked and scored a run, doubled and scored a run, singled and scored a run, singled and scored a run. Though he scored 4 of the 5 giant runs, he has had a big day. Not only 3 hits and a walk, he's played all 3 outfield positions. He started in right, then went to left, finished in center, and Joe Torre going out to talk to Mota. No one throwing in the bullpen. As we said, the only one left is the young left-hander Brent Leach. So Joe holds court. Steve Holm is credited with a base hit. The Mota gives up 2 hits and a walk in the 13th inning after giving up 3 hits for a run in the 12th inning. Randy Wynn, by the way, has 6 grand slams. The last one he hit against the Dodgers 2 years ago. Chin-Wei So is the pitcher. And Randy hits one down the left field line in the corner. Fair ball. In comes Randeria. Here comes Sandoval, and he will score. So Randy Wynn, fly ball single to left. The Giants get 2, and they now lead 7-5. And Randy Wynn gets everything. What a day as he drives in a couple of go-ahead runs. And Brian Wilson, who had to feel terrible about the home run, now has to feel very happy as Pierre has to chase the ball to the wall. So Holm at second, Wynn at first, and Wilson is up there to bunt and fouls it at the plate. Brian Wilson as a closer certainly doesn't figure to have many at-bats. And in looking at the Giant sheet, this would be his first at-bat this year. It is his 3rd career at-bat. Got the bunt down. Mota looks, throws, and they get the force at third. So Randy Wynn is now at second, Wilson at first, and Emmanuel Burris coming up. Emmanuel Burris has 4 hits today. Single to center, single to right, single to the left of the mound, and singled again in the 12th inning to left field. "7-5 Giants," and that's fouled away out of play. So a fly ball home run by Casey Blake gave the Dodgers an 11th hour reprieve, only to have the Giants come right back in the 13th and take a 2-run lead. When the Dodgers bat in the bottom half, they'll have Hudson, Ethier, and Loney. Oh, 0-2 the count to Emmanuel Burris. So Burris with 4 hits and Wynn 4 hits. They have certainly led the parade. 0-2. And a 1-hopper to Hudson. He has to hurry. He was looking for call, and Raphael was not there. So we're heading to the bottom of the 13th. Hudson, Ethier, and Loney. Castro. 418 pitches, 4:41 time of game, and who knows about the bottom of the 13th. Hudson, Ethier, and Loney. Strike to Orlando. Hudson had a scory fly ball and struck out. Double, grounded out, fly to center. Knocked in 2 today. 1 for 4. And a comebacker. 1 away. So Andre Ethier will be coming up. Ethier is 0 for 4 with a walk. Andre struck out twice, grounded out, fly to center. Ethier 0 for 3 in the past against Brian Wilson. Fastball for a strike. 7 runs on 14 hits, 2 errors for the Giants. 5 runs, 11 hits for the Dodgers. And another strike, 0-2. On deck, James Loney. And a hard ground all up middle. Nice play by Burris. Wow. Emmanuel Burris making a good play to take a hit away from Ethier. The Dodgers are now down to their last out. The Dodgers did not have a hit since the 9th inning until Blake homered in the 12th. And now they're down to their last out, and James Loney, who is 0 for 5, coming up. So for the Giants, they're an out away from winning 2 out of 3 and whittling the Dodger lead down to 4.5. And of course, the Giants go home and the Dodgers go to Philadelphia. Out on deck is Juan Castro. So the last of the Mohicans. One and one the count to James. And ball 2. Quite a parade of pitchers. The Dodgers used 8. Giants used 6. And that's going to go foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And a high chopper slowly to short. Quick play there for the out. And the Giants, in a seesaw ball game, finally win it 7-5.